And with that, I wish everyone here a good day. Welcome to today's broadcast of 9Z Globant against Mace Gaming. Sorry for being a bit late, but I still wanted to eat something. Bad time management. Regardless, we are back in the LRS Playoffs. Yesterday we have watched the LRN Playoffs where Fuego stomped Kites Finder 3-0. Not really stomped, but they were definitely in a winning position. But back in the South, back in the LRS, we have one match already over Golden Lions, 3-1 Volticons. Now we are on the second upper bracket matchup here with 90 Globants and Mace Gaming facing each other here for a date with Golden Lions in the future. Yeah, and I have prepared obviously something. The both teams here facing each other. They are respectively wait, it looks a bit weird because they're fifth sorry. They're first and third right now in the standings. I think in general there's like a high I think like the LRS has like top 4 team, you know, and then bottom 4 team, and it's quite clear in my opinion. Mace Gaming and 9ZG, they are on the upper side here. In the regular season, 9ZG won their matchup against Mace. It was a tough game. I think for players to watch out today, it will be definitely Nate and Alone for 90 Globant, and I think AD carry of Mace Gaming Vision will be like my player to watch for Mace Gaming. There is no, like, the last 2 playoffs games that we streamed here, I had always, like, 2 players on the same role facing each other as, like, a matchup that we want to look at. But in general, I think 90 Globant, like, on an individual level, I think their players are, like, really good. Like, they're, like top of Latam, you know? So I think Mace is like on the individual talent, I think they're lacking a bit behind. But I think their team, their organization, like they're no slouch here in the LRS so far. For 9ZG, something you should be aware of, especially Nate. Nate is a player that drops a lot of carry champions, like a lot of unusual carry champions. You can see a Gangplank, a Varus, a Gwen, Vayne that I have highlighted here. On the other side, Mace Gaming, I must say, in general, they're looking like one of the weaker top 4 teams. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like the weakest right now. At least I think Golden Lions and 9ZG, they are a level above them. So I would not be surprised if this is a series that 9ZG Globant could win. But let's look at the teams. We have, oh no, this is not the right one. We have 9ZG Gaming. And here you can already see this is like a very talented roster. We have an organization, a combination of Globant Emerald and 9Z, 2, I would say, very renowned organizations. Globant played in LLA and 9Z played in the Tier 2s. They're fusing together. They won the open qualifier, and last split they got 3rd place in total, like on a really performing good streak. I think their roster is really insane. As you can see, they have Nate top lane, a player that has 1 LLA, you know, 1 tier 2s here. He won, not one, but he attempted multiple internationals. Same going for Fix and Alone, you know. They have won the LLA, they have been at multiple internationals, especially Fix is like someone with such a big legacy. Kind of crazy. In jungle, they have Varsor. He's like a rookie. I think he started like he's not a rookie anymore, but he started his career like last year in tier 2. So he's like right on track to get like maybe his first win of his career. It looks, I think, a bit similar, although I think he's a bit longer in the scene. On the other side, we have Mace Gaming with the Maester plan. They have they then, like, I want to say unsuccessful first split, and then they have rebuilt their roster and crafted a full Chilean roster. They have gotten Vamu from Golden Lions that looks really, really strong. They have Neo and Vision that played, for example, in the Chilean eSport National Cup. I don't know. Played together in Shohari that last year had a really, really strong performance on Sika eSports. So in general, I think Mace is like, I think individual, like besides maybe Visium, I think those players, they're definitely top 4, don't get me wrong. Like maybe not actually. Maybe like not on every position. I think Hitsu maybe not top 4 in my head. But like they're really good. Though I think they're lagging slightly behind there. Though as a team they're doing quite well together. You know, as a team I think Mace looks really strong. Though I think their individual players are not as crazy. Yeah. Let us take a look at the draft here. I have prepared everything. It looks a bit scuffed here because Nate is just playing so many champions that it was kind of breaking the format. I think Mace Gaming's own top laner Vamu also played a lot of champions so far. So there's like, you know, both of these top players has played so many champions, it's kind of hard to read. I think Nate definitely is one of these players that likes to go for the crazy stuff. You know, that will drop something that will surprise you, that will carry, you know, he's definitely really, really strong. On the other side, Vamo, I think, is also really strong, but he has also some crazy weak side champions picked, or like not crazy, you know, some cool champions that can weak side, you know. In jungle position, Warsaw obviously has not played as many games yet because he replaced Alok mid-season. His champion pool looks kind of normal, you know, there's nothing to write home about. On the other side, Neo 7, he has Onero. I'm right now fumbling a bit. Anyways, let me check. I think it's Neo. Wait. Oh. Yeah, it's Neo. Neo has played more champions, but I think everything is somewhat standard. I think the Shyvana here is something really cool that he has played once. Everything else is like really, really dead standard. I think the first, like, huge difference will be in mid lane. Alone has played a lot of champions, while Hitsu has played only like 6. So there could be a potential weakness for the mid lane of Mace Gaming. He also, like, in the games where he hasn't like played one of the more standard picks, he picked like something like Gragas, you know. I'm not saying Gragas isn't cool, but maybe he's not as confident on the meta right now. I think today his first best of 5 to see the split will be really important to see if he can hold up his own against a mid laner like Alone that is really good. On the bot lane, again, I think Vision is really strong. He's played basically everything that is meta, but also something like Misfortune that we rarely even see. On the other side, Fix has played a lot of champions and a lot of games too. So there's something also to mention. You know, I think 9ZG, they had just a little bit more games. Maybe not. I'm not sure, honestly. Yeah, but I think both ADKs, they haven't picked anything too special. Nothing too crazy. Though I think like Vitsud has not played any crazy hyper carries yet, besides one silver game. So hyper carries are coming kind of back into the meta a bit. So let's see how it goes there. On support, both supports here, Shohari and also Uxie, they have played some crazy champions. I think Uxie, his name always, you know, in my head it sparks Pixie because it's like, you know, so similar. And he has definitely played some more fairy-like champions. With the Soraka game here, for example, something we have not seen anywhere else here in Latam, I think. Besides the Soraka, everything looks kind of normal. On the other side, I think Shohari has played one Pike game. Besides that, it is also quite normal. One big thing to look at will be definitely the Rice first pick, though. I think Rice will be like, but only for one game. I want to quickly go back into this stream here because we have a bit of team. We see a bit stats comparison from Vamu and Nate, and I think here you already see there is you know, like, look at CS diff, KDA even, you know, gold per minute, damage per minute, only kill participation. Nate is behind, but I think you know, it is clear to me that Nate is a really carry orientated jungler. He wants to carry, he wants to set himself ahead. He also is he likes to play his lane. You know, he's not as team oriented as someone like Vamu. If we see the champions again, we have spoken about it. Both share a lot of champions, but also have a lot of own champions. Though I must say that Nate's champions are a lot more offensive. You know, he has a lot more power packed into his pool here. So I'm really interested to see this matchup again, because I think Vamu is also like really good top laner. So I think Nate should be better, but you know, there's definitely like, how do I say this? I think Nate is only so much better that it, you know, every day could be the day where, every day could be the day where he gets put out, you know? So let me prepare already the draft music, because we should be going into the draft soon. And then yesterday we had a lot of delays. I hope we won't have that much delay today, but obviously that is, you know, doesn't have to be. Yeah, again, on the champion pool department, I think it will be especially interesting to see if players like Shohari and Itzo can be out-drafted, maybe out-picked, because the champion pools shown so far are definitely the like one of the smallest in the whole league, you know. Even Varsor, that is like only joined after half of the split was already over, has already catched up with them. So it will be interesting to see if those mid-end support here for Maze Gaming can keep up, because obviously just because you don't pick something on stage doesn't not mean that you cannot play it, you know? I can definitely understand they've played 5 games of Rise, for example, mid lane, and you know, I would not say, oh no, don't pick Rise, you know, Rise is a really good champion. If you can pick it, you know? Same is for support, like Melio, Lucian, really, I like it, you know, if you can pick it, Bard, you know, if you can pick it. There's nothing really that, you know, that I want to say, oh, they have played those champions so often. Yeah, but it's fine, you know, those champions are good. So maybe it is not a testament to Maze's little champion pool. It could also be that the opponents of Maze were not respecting those champions. So we have to see how it goes today. We have to wait a bit longer. Games really should start any moment now. They are cutting somewhere. They are looking at the prediction here. I think I have seen on Twitter the prediction of all the talent was really, really favored to 9ZG. I think right now the caster talent that is there today also has 4 votes for 9ZG. And if I would be important, then I would give my vote as well to 9ZG. I think Maze definitely a team that can upset here. But overall, I think 9ZG has just such a stacked roster. So many talented players there that that will probably be I don't want to say unbeatable, but kind of unbeatable. Maybe tough. Maybe tough. Neither way. But I think it's good, you know. I think 9ZG, if I look at this roster, you know, if they lock it in, I think, again, getting into the CB LoL is a really tough task right now, because obviously Lost is like one of the best teams right now in the CB LoL. So it would be really hard for 9ZG to actually manage and set up this position, because yeah, CB LoL's guest spot is just stacked on the side of Lost. So though I think this 9ZG roster is definitely a banger, it's really good. It has the potential to surprise us all. That's all I'm just gonna say. I think especially players like Nate and Alone, they look like they can do it. So I really hope they can do it. But first of all, they have to beat Maze, and on the other side, Maze, you know, Team Chile. They definitely also have potential. This also, like, you know, they like a lot of they're playing together in the ENC with like players like Cody and Zotwe. So I would assume that Maze Gaming's players get like a bit of insight from those teams against Lost. Then, you know, would get against Lost. Though I think, like, honestly, let's be real. I think like maybe not actually. I mean, Lost has Ackerman, you know. I don't want to fall into the back of Ackerman. I think. But I think at least Mace Gaming, you know, if they would go into the promo relegation tournament, I think Zotwe and Cody would kind of coach them on this matter. And we have the AD carries compared. Again, I think Vision is like looking really good. He's, in my opinion, not the best AD carry, but he's definitely a good AD carry. There's nothing to say. I think Fix is also really good. Though I think both of these AD, like, I think, like, Vision is, like, for Mace Gaming, the player that individually looks the craziest, especially compared with other AD carries. But I think Fix is, like, overall looking like one of the weaker players of this 9ZG roster, but I think it's, like, not necessarily his fault. It's just his team looks so good that he has not, like, you know, he's not needed as much. It must be said, you know, he's not needed to be the best AD carry in the league, with the most DPS, the most CS, the most everything, you know, the most kill participation, because they kind of play a lot around Nate on the opposite side. So Fix often is like positioned in a position where he is weak-sided. So the sets are getting influenced by this. And with this intel in mind, seeing that he still has the most gold per minute, you know, is giving, though this, like, you know, it is a bit influenced that they're winning, you know, on AD carry, you know. He's still getting late game a lot of gold, you know, so let's see. You see the champion pool here. Again, I think the classic champions that overlap. I think Fix has played more, no? But I'm not sure. I digress. Let's see how it goes. I think this is a matchup where Vision is, you know. I think, in my opinion, if Mace Gaming wants to win, they kind of have to lock, like, Mamu needs to play really good and Vision too. I think those are the two people you want to look at. I think, yeah. So I think Vision here, you know, he has to log in against Fix. Against Fix, he can just do his job, you know. Not necessarily needs to be the win con for his team, so. It's still not going into draft though. Takes a bit more time. Totally fine. Sometimes just like this, you know. Takes a bit of time. It takes a bit of time. On the other side, I think CD playoffs are going on as well, right? Not playoffs. Regular season goes on as well. I think Estral Esports, they're playing Inns today. Both teams are 4-0. Obviously, best wishes to Estral Esports, because I think this is just really interesting, you know? Oh, we're going draft. Finally. Just give me 2 seconds. I need to close this, go here, go open, activate this. Banger soundtrack. Ooh, I love it. I love this song so much. And with this, we are in our game here. LRS Playoffs. Mace Gaming against 9ZG. We're going into the draft. We're seeing Galio, Varus, Jace removed on the other side, Locker, and Leeson. Bans are a bit more specific here. Varus especially good because 9ZG can flex pick it. So really, really tough champion. Oriana banned now as well. A lot of strong champions still open. We're looking at like something like the Camille, for example, that would be still open. A lot of junglers still open. Yesterday we have seen a lot of junglers banned. Ziggs obviously still open, and control matches like Casio Rise still open. The Riser champion I have said would be probably high prio, but Mace Gaming deciding to first pick Ziggs here. But I think it's definitely not a bad decision. Ziggs is really strong in the meta right now, but let's see how 9ZG answers. Again, there are still a lot of good champions open. You could answer with another mage here, or with an Ezreal perhaps is also a chance. I would not expect Kaiser here. Would kind of be a ballsy call from Fix. But let's see, you know. Oh, 9ZG are not playing games. Locking in Kaiser here. Kaiser is an AD carry that you rarely see right now on the meta, because her range is just kind of short range and kind of needs, like, wants to win. So a bit tough here. On the other side, Shen now is well secured with the Kaiser. Shen can be flex picked into kind of free roles, though we see him mostly support right now. But I think Shen blind pick support would be kinda... I mean, they already have Ziggs, so it kinda seems like they want to have something like Camille, something like Bart, you know, that can roam. And Shen is really good into this, so... Let's see. My music is stopped. Not cool. Okay. Nautilus now picked. Even if Shen is support, you know, this is like... at least in the early game, it's a good matchup for the Shen because he can block Nautilus root out the tech. But, you know, you cannot block Anchor, you cannot block Ultimate. So, Shuhari here is definitely still onto something. Skarner now picked as well. Very early Skarner. With a lot of junglers still open. It's a champion that we haven't seen in a while. And now enjoys a lot of priority. Let's see how 9ZG responds. They could theoretically instantly answer jungle. They could also pick like a champion like Ryze, for example, you know. And then look into the counter department. Yeah, they're answering with Trundle here. Champion that deals a lot of max HP damage with his ultimate and steals armor and MR. It's really good against tanks. So let's see if he can find something. Though I must say, right now I think this is a bit tough here. Because 9ZG, they have like a lot of champions that basically just, they are short range and they are walking. And this is basically perfect for Mace Gaming right now. Because they already have 2 frontliners that can block them from walking in. And they have a 6 already for poke damage. So this could be actually really tough here for 9ZG. Akali is now taken out. I actually wouldn't like the Akali in Mace combo right now anyways, but I mean, it's okay, you know? It's not necessarily bad. Gangplank now taken away. A carry champion that Nates like to play. I have highlighted it before. It's a really great champion. I think Guru is picked away. I think there might be a necessity. Oh, sorry. There might be it might be necessary to actually ban some or like pick some setup for 9ZG, so yeah, I think Mace Gaming comp in general just looks a lot better here so far than 9ZG. Let's see how they round it out. They need a little more damage, but they still can pick damage, you know. They can pick damage top, they can pick damage mid lane, you know. So they could theoretically also put 6 mid lane, you know. We don't see that, but theoretically that's also an option. So like whatever Mace Gaming will pick, their damage is probably 100% one of the champion's skills. Let's see. Relic now banned again, another top laner against 9ZG. Now let's see what they are willing to blind pick here. I think their team comp needs really a bit more setup or something really wild that turns the game on its head. I think they should give top lane last pick here. So I would assume we see mid lane now. Like, I mean, there's still champions like Ryze open, like, you know, like Cassiopeia. So yeah, it seems like they're deciding for Ryze here. Let's see how they answer this. Theoretically, I think Mace Gaming, if they now pick Anivia, this game is Kingdom, you know? Like, if Hitsu can play Anivia, this is the perfect Anivia game here. If the Anivia is locked in here, I think 9ZG, they can put the fries in the back. Because how are you ever reaching this Mace Gaming roster when there is an Anivia here? That would be unplayable. They're deciding for Cassiopeia, though. Still does a bit like the same, you know. You don't have a wall, but you still have your ultimate and the miasma that hinders forward movement. So that's the Abessa I would like here. They definitely still need a lot of AD damage. I think Abessa is here also really good because they have already like this frontline siege, front to back comp, and then Abessa can either find a flank or send herself in whenever the enemies are low. It's also a really strong blind pick. Let's see what Nate is bringing to the table here. Hovering a lot of champions. Let's see. Woody Bear is hovered now. Vayne is now hovered. Yeah, I think, yeah, Vayne secured for Nate. And personally, I must say, I'm really liking the Mace Gaming draft a lot more. But 9ZG, they have a lot of champions that are, like, how do I say, they can snowball really well, and like with, for example, the Trundle jungle, you know, with a Vayne top lane, with the Shen in the early game, you know, I think 9ZG, they have technically a stronger early game for like fighting, skirmishing and stuff, for prio even. So, I think 9ZG, they're looking here, I I think an inferior draft, but a draft that still gives them the potential to play over individual strength. And I have highlighted before the game started, in our pre-show that I think 9ZG has like over the board more exciting players, better players maybe even. So it will be interesting to see if this 9ZG roster can actually make work out of this, or if they're just getting eaten by the superior comp here that Mace Gaming is putting to the table. I think it's definitely, I think for Mace Gaming, this is definitely working into their strengths. I think, again, they're like individually, they're looking like, their players don't look really like, obviously Mace Gaming is a top 4 team, but I think their players, they are not like top 1, top 2 team, they're like 3, 4th, maybe even like worse, on some departments. So I think, deciding to go a very, very strong team comp is like, in my opinion, exactly what they need to do. Because as a team, they play better than their individual parts, make it look like. So, I really, really like, I really, really like their draft. On the other side, 9ZG, they have the individual, more scary players. They have the veterans with, limited amounts of victories under their belt. So, they're kind of playing on this individual strength here. Let's see if it is paying off or if it's a big mistake here. In this game 1 of day 2 of the playoffs, Mace Gaming against 9ZG. We will have to see who is the better team today in this game. I think especially important will be the early game. I think if Mace Gaming can stabilize the early game or even go ahead here already, then it would be kind of detrimental for the 9ZG squad. But we have to see, not everything is lost yet. Mace Gaming, though, they immediately protecting their own jungle. Masa looked for an invade, but Shuhari was there. Not an unusual sight at the moment in the meta, obviously. Always supports are like roaming top lane, early game top lane and stuff. We see Shuhari still looking like for mid lane, while Fix and Vision are in bot lane 2v2. Right now it looks a bit favored for Kaiser. I think she just has like in a 1v1 just more all-in damage, while Six has not yet that strong poke. So we could see a situation here. Ux has taunt. Deals a lot of damage. Actually gets the flash here even. First advantage that 9ZG can find here. Let's see. I think in general 9ZG is like on the early lanes they should be favored. So let's see how they can make work of this. Because they really have to do work on this. So yeah, let's see. Trading here. Nothing too major is happening yet. First reset is here secured for the 9ZG bot lane, but it's okay. Ziggs can get the CS back. Loses a bit though, it's okay. On the other side, we see Vayne here already having a big lead, not league. This matchup is definitely not as fun for Vamo to play. I think we have to see. Yesterday we have seen Kite's esport against Fuego. Oh, going in here. I haven't seen that much games of Mace recently. We have watched like all of their games in the beginning of the split, but then in the end of the split we haven't watched Mace Gaming anymore. So I'm not sure how they play right now entirely. If they are still as bloody as other LATAM teams, but I think the action will be high. We already see here Neo again on the gank here. Goes in here, but both teams, they're like testing the river right now, it's like their first step into the playoffs. So maybe they don't want to lose anything too much yet, so they don't actually commit on all those fights. As the game slowly right now is developing like lane leads for the side of 9ZG, while the jungle and support actually have a bit of their own lead. Let's see, nothing too major yet. I think like the first ultimates will be really important, the first neutral objectives, because those are situations where 9ZG can find advantages or cross maps that potentially will win them a lot, so we have to wait. I think also this Hitsu's first Cassiopeia game, if I'm not wrong. So interesting to see it here. Shuhari Finds a nice one. Still has an anchor, I think. There's no way Ux can get away, right? No, he actually can get away. Never mind. I thought Neo has a bit more time in his E. On the other side, we see Primera Sangre secured on top lane. Vayne is getting a kill. Vision also gets dove, but he can secure his life for now. Yeah, we should see a replay of that because there's nothing happening right now. Babu just died 1v1 here against the Vayne. Even lost his flash while Nate still has his. So Musk got really badly rolled here by the Vayne. Obviously, we would assume that Vayne has a lead on top lane. You know, it's Vayne after all. But losing that early, really, really tough here. Mace Gaming, do they immediately look to play back here? Ux is there. Nate still has flash. But Vayne has a terrible wave clear, so it seems to be enough though to deter the dive here. And with that, 1k gold lead is now on the side of 9ZG Gaming. Most of it is on the side of Nate on top lane though. I think he's definitely one of the strong picks. Finally, we see this play here. Oh, Babu wants to reset, but he got insect by Nate, and then he just cannot do the finishing damage. One more auto attack is enough. GG, Nate got the first kill here. Dragon is now alive. Both teams are not immediately on it. I said that I would really like those early objectives because there are points of team fights or skirmishes that are really important for 9ZG right now. But 9ZG also does not need to go there and just take, just start it because this could be punished. But I think... No, Fix has not hit it. So we have to wait. But 9ZG is actually in the area, so it could be that Trinan is doing it just now. We see a gang on top lane here. Nate has still flash, but probably will have to use it. No, it doesn't even matter. Neo is there too. This will be the dragon for 9ZG, but not necessarily a good trade for them because they really want their Vayne fed. They need their Vayne fed too. They need their Vayne winning. So her dying here, giving a kill to Ambessa is kind of unfortunate, Nate. Probably didn't respect the weak side too much here. Probably thought maybe Neo is also contesting bot side, but he wasn't. So, and Vision is the 6th, so he is fine. Trading a bit of HP with Ux. Gets the vision in there too. But he will not lose even a single minion. Never mind, he lost one. Aggro just. Oh, the aggro is deadly here. The cannon minion just attacking the ranged minions first. They're tying already 2 minions from Vision. Oh, this bomb though. Kinda clean. And let's see. Shohari looks mid lane here alone, can just sidestep though, so it's fine. On the other side, we see 9ZG, they're stepping forward here. Neo is already in the jungle. Theoretically, Nate has is closer to the enemy. But he cannot step up. He wants to clear his wave. So this could be a successful invade for Mace Gaming. There's nothing really 9ZG can do, at least at the moment. Vasa now looking. But I think this is just wasted 75 gold. Tries to smite it, but can't really get it. At least his ping bot is not getting cleared, but it's also kind of not important anyways. They actually used the smite, Neo didn't, but in the end it doesn't matter. Next objective will be the grab setup. Theoretically after this invade, 9ZG they could retake the area here. There's no real vision there. But they also know that Mace isn't immediately in it there too. So let's see. Another hook from Shuhari. Only hits the minion, gets a bit of HP traded back in, but it's not that much. Not that bad. Let's see. I think it looks like 9ZG they want to play around this neutral objective. I think it's easy enough for them to take. They probably can take it, but it doesn't seem like Mace Gaming just want to give it. So Vasa actually has to leave. Has smited one. Now smite from Mace Gaming. Both junglers having no smite here. But they have to leave. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end for 9ZG. So they're getting the Harald buff. Probably actually really important because I think the Harald is not the Harald, the grabs are especially important when you have a laner or multiple laners in the best case that can hit a turret. A lot of times, Not necessarily like one big turret push, but like some laners that have always prio, that can always hit turret. And I think Nate on the Vayne could make a lot of work for that. Now we see a mid lane 2v2 here. Alone is the early one with the getting the aggression and the Cassiopeia ultimate. Shuhari now is the next one on the menu. Cats away, access to flash because Neo is just sliding in. And with that, the game stays quite tame, I wanna say, for a Latam game. Only 2 kills have been fallen. Very uncharacteristic. So let's see. I think also one thing that is mentioned by 9corp here in chat is like that both supports are not level 6 yet in like minute 10. Is kinda crazy. So I think there's also delays at least the play potential because with ultimate I think Shannon Nautilus could do a lot more. It could find a lot more impact here. Vayne is still fine, I think. Also, yes, Nate like lost his lead because he died there to a gank. But he is like still not weak. I think when he hits like his first item with his ultimate, it will be so strong that he kinda is threatening Vamo again. But we have to see. He kinda has to respect right now because he has no flash and someone else that should have respected is the mid laner here. No shot alone. He has flash, but he cannot use it in the end. Miasma is behind, is like doing not a favor. Also needs to flash out now as well. Skarner ultimate finds Ux though, and Uxie, he will slain. He will be put into the grave, and I need to get some water. Be right back. 1 second, I'm sorry. Sorry, I have returned. Have I missed anything? Apparently I've missed a lot because Neo and Hitsu and Shuhari are dead. Hopefully we get a Oh yeah. Hopefully we get a maybe a replay of this one because I have just missed probably a big play from 9ZG. But it was important that I get water. I'm sorry. Vision though, nothing more can happen. Also the next dragon is up. 9ZG already getting one. Again, I don't really want to play for like a long game, so getting a really early Dragon Soul could be putting him in a lot better position. We see Mamo here, by the way, with an interesting item choice. Goes the Edge of Night first. This kind of like the more I think about this is like really broken, no? Like right now, Nate obviously has to respect the weak side. That's why he's not stepping up. But even if he's not weak sided, the Edge of Night kind of makes it hard for him to play because he cannot play offensively anymore. Because he cannot E Vamo away. His E is really the only ability that is getting anything here. Now the ultimate's going in a lot is used. Skarner ultimate finds the target, but the Shen W is getting a lot of time. Probably enough time to at least secure one kill. Only will be one. Still could be redove here. Dragon at least is secured. Let's see if Ux can survive that. No, it's an easy dive here for Neo. Gets the kill and sets himself up for success. I'm really scared right now because I think if Neo resets, he buys hard sale and that would be terrible. But you know what you're gonna do. Oh, I wait for the day where the pro players are not buying hard sale. This item is so dog, but it's okay. Maybe Neo just likes to be a dog, you know? You know, not everyone can be a cat person. There needs to be a dog person as well. So, unlucky really. But let's see. Maybe he can get like a lot of stacks and then it's worth. I just doubt it. I think especially Skarner is a champion where if you like, obviously if you have a game where you can, yeah, the hamster is tryharding, he's actively. It is okay. Short fun fact about the hamster. It's like I don't want to promote it. I don't want to promote it because it's because I don't know much about it. But like this is a Polish. Oh no, we see a fight first here. Mace Gaming, they're a bit too deep here. Maybe yes, they're looking for something, but they cannot get it. Now Nate and Wassa, they're looking in. Fix is coming into the flank here. Ay, Shohari and Visium. Mace gets the first blood here. In the fight at least, but then they cannot continue. The hamster, by the way, is like, it's called Chomnik. And it's like, this Chomnik is Polish for hamster. And apparently Chomnik is a Polish, like, cloud service. So, I actually have like a Polish program on my computer that is, its task is to be a cloud storage. So like, I could, I don't know, if I have a picture, like a folder with pictures, and I drag it over the hamster, he eats it, and then it gets uploaded into the cloud. Now we see Mace Gaming, they find another tower dive. This time Ux, he cannot survive, he cannot get anything back, he will just be slain. And it is a back and forth now, both teams trading blow for blow, but I think in the long run it will be better for Mace Gaming. So we see now the 1v1 are better against Vayne, and Vayne losing a lot of damage, like losing a lot of HP. Even if she would not take the turret shot, she would have taken a lot of damage anyways. So I think actually the Edge of Nights is doing Nate a heavy favor. So let's see, Shohari cannot defend the jungle, not the vision. Immediately threat buff still stands. Ux is still looking here for more vision. A lot of vision is now secured. I think Mace Gaming, they really want this next dragon. I think that's the reason why they put so much vision already into the side of Mace Gaming. Because if only one of those words survives the next like 1 minute, then it will be far easier to reclaim the area again when the dragon has spawned. But right now it doesn't even look like Mace Gaming is contesting anything here, so let's see how it continues. Let's see. 1 minute on the clock for the dragon. I think 9GG, they cannot really get ahead right now. So it is like really hard for them. Because like the team fight comp or like the comp of Mace Gaming is so much better in like late game team fights. So 9GG, they really want to get something in the early mid game. And an early Dragon Sword could be it. The vision is now secured. Let's see, it could be a skirmish here in the jungle of Mace Gaming. Red buff is now secured. They even look deeper. Shohari does not need to be careful, but Neo, like, actually, maybe they need to be careful. Also, is just running him at him. He's not giving any care. I think technically, they don't have really any burst damage. Maybe not. Mid prior is now equalized, but Mace Gaming can at least attack the wave far ahead already. But also, he's just running in there really fast here, trying to look for something, but he cannot get anything. No summoner spells or anything used here. But at least what we see is that Mace Gaming, they're dropping the position. Now Nate, having Neo, this is exactly what 9G needs here to do the dragon. I think they don't need more. Vamu is not TPing, but it's still hard to play because Neo is just half HP. Dragon now also already gone. They're still looking for something. Will probably get the mid turret in return, also using the Harald. So it is not for nothing for Mace Gaming here. But I think for 9GG this is more important right now. Wait. Oh my god. Wasser flashed forward, tried to pillar the Harald, he failed, it gets Shen ultimated, survives with 1 HP, actually Nautilus dies to him, kinda funny. But unfortunate, he flashed pillars, but he misses the Harald just by a second, I think. Was a bit too late there to secure his turret and cancel the charge. If you don't know, you can like on pillar, trundle, pillar, Anivia wall, something like this can cancel a Harald charge because the Harald cannot charge through the wall. He's like hitting it and stopping his charge. So if that play would have worked, then the mid lane tier 2 of 9ZG would have not fallen. Funnily enough, they're still ahead, even though they lost like 2 turrets mid lane. But their lead is only so slightly. Let's see. Game is a bit slowing down here again. I think the issue is just that, like, in skirmishes right now, the champions of Neo are so tanky. Not Neo, but Neo as well, but like Mace Gaming in general, they're just so tanky. It's really hard to shut them down right now in like skirmishes. So both teams, they can kind of only like push waves and play for mistakes of the other. But I cannot really look proactively to create a situation with numbers advantage and stuff. Because even if they find something, even if DynGG finds something with numbers advantage, someone like Neo, someone like Shohari, they don't die that fastly. They have teammates around, you know? So it's like not that easy to secure. Let's see. I think they're stealing red buff now from 9ZG. But this is all that happens. Kind of there's no answer from 9ZG. I think they are probably aware that this is a possibility, but they cannot really do anything. Also, interestingly enough, they're kind of unaware if maybe they... I mean, there was... Scuttle now they have used it. They know that there is no Nash in danger here. But the game is slowing down again, you know. Nothing too major is happening. Next dragon is spawning in 2 minutes. I think this will be the next objective where 9ZG wants to fight around Fix now. Gets away with his ultimate from Neo. Else he could have maybe been ulted, but I think he could also have waited a bit more. Scanner ultimate is an ability that takes a lot of time. Now Shohari is on the menu, but he is just so tanky. Gets no damage here. The DPS is really not there yet. Rice is still missing an item before he's crazy. Hitsudo needs to flash away. Has no ultimate, but he can run away with flashing away. And now Maze, they maybe find a way back into this. There's no Kaiser ultimate. She's from flank. Nice taunt though. First kill will be secured. Shohari, no way he's surviving this. It will be the only kill secured, but more than enough. 9ZG, they're securing the area again. Before the dragon, importantly. They have no vision, they have no push, they cannot reset, and they have an easy time to set the area up again. I think Mates Gaming, they're kind of sloppy a bit in that department. So let's see. Let's see how it can go. They also like still need to reset. We look at the items a bit for now. Alone still has not finished his Rod of Ages. He also has no other item. Will not buy any other item. I mean, maybe he could still reset, but like the window is closing. I don't think he would get anything too major anyways. Means both junglers having 2 items. Neo though, his Heartsteel is already biting his ass because it's like, you know, 60 stacks is like completely terrible. If you have that little stacks, you should have bite Warmox, you know, there's no argument for it. If you can read items, then you will already, then, you know, you should be able to comprehend that. But pro players are sadly not able to read and calculate. A bit unlucky. Mid lane again, Cassiopeia, she's already stacked her Rod of Ages, but this advantage will run out anytime soon because Alone will probably stack it before the dragon fight really starts. On the AD carry position, both are on 2 items, so Kaiser's items are a lot better offensively. Like in an all-in scenario, I think Fix will be much more lethal than Vision, if Vision is not hitting crazy amount of AoE damage. But let's see. I think 9ZG they had a better position for Dragon, but I kind of gave it away, and now it's a bit hard. Now they have to walk in against like the 6 poke. You know, a Fix losing already half his HP for nothing. Skana boulders, yeah, they're not hitting right now, but they're threatening too because they're dealing like 10% max HP damage, or like 8, I think. Somewhere between. So you don't want to get hit by those either. Mamo misses his ultimate on War, so this could have been crucial. But again, this dragon is like really hard to play for Maze. because they already have lost half of the HP of the AD carry. But they can just threaten theoretically the Nash because they have two AD carries, so they would do it really quick. He's just now doing it alone. And now we see Vaso and Fix, they're going in. The vision was there though, so Mace Gaming, they're aware of this. And it seems like they want to kind of pressure the situation. 4v5. They know that their Cassiopeia is not there. But this is all they're trying to fight now. But this may be a bit too early. Shohari is dead now. Scanner Ultimate is hit clutch. There is no damage yet because Cassiopeia was just not there. Berserk could just net 105 people in 9GG. Yes, they're losing the dragon, but they're still winning the fight quite convincingly. And with this fight win, they're kind of in a good position for the Slash. They're losing a lot of HP, but both AP carries have no mana. Berserk cannot contest alone, so Nash secured here for 9ZG. Let's see how they use this. Because getting Nash is one thing, but I think their team is like, now it's important how they use it. I think they have Kaiser. They have Kaiser W upgrade now, so their sieging is actually not that bad, because if you don't know, but if Kaiser hits a W, you get like a cooldown refund until like, until you have only like 3 seconds cooldown. So, hitting the W's is like really important, You can see like how fast she can throw this out. So 9ZG can actually they're quite good at sieging right now because of this Nashor's Tooth that is just finished here for Fix. Also, they have a really strong sidelaner in Nate. Yes, technically he has not the easiest time against Vamu anymore, but I think he still can play it. If he's not making a mistake, he still should win it. But it's not as free as it was before. Definitely. But let's see. Only one turret secured so far. But Alone is pushing Alone in the top lane, so there might be the next one secured. Also in mid lane, it looks really, really tough against Kaiser Shen. They're answering Alone here, but we only see bot lane. We see mid lane here. Teleport now used as well from Ziggs, they just reset it. So yes, they can protect this objective here, the turret 4 now, but the Nash is still 1.5 minutes on the clock, and they're losing a teleport that they won't have for the next major neutral objective. It could be again a soul for this Mace Gaming roster, so next turret, second turret now secured for Nate here on the bot lane. Let's see, mid lane turret now under attack, 4 people pushing. And Neo is coming, but he cannot really hit that. If this anchor hits, it could be the end of Alone. But it's fine for now. Still 1 minute on the clock. They can still push 1 or 2 waves. That could be enough for this mid lane turret. It has now lost a lot of HP. I think top lane, it is still possible to play on the next wave. But it looks really rough. In general, I think the pushing is kind of over now for 9ZG. They fall back into their side. They will probably reset. It will be interesting to see what items they got. Vayne already got like Vincent. Quite an item here. I'm not sure if I like it too much. It's definitely not bad. I get it, but I guess for him and Cycling it will be good, but not sure if I like it too much. Anyways. Let's see. We also have the Actualizer now finished for Alone, so he will do a lot of damage. Whenever he presses this button, I think his abilities get 20% more damage. So, 20% more damage on a rise is like kind of crazy at this stage. So I would not be wondered if he can one-shot someone. Vasau is now running in, gets the Blast Kun. Shen ultimate is used as well. Vamu is running away. Yes, there is the support here, but it kind of doesn't matter. Maybe it matters. Nope, Nate can secure the kill, but has to flash away the Skarner ultimate as well. But it is still a kill secured, and he's dealing a lot of damage to Neo with his Blade of the Rune King. Even though Neo has the plated steel caps. Doesn't matter. He has still 60 stacks, bro. Bro, guys, I swear this item is useless, by the way. If you would have, okay, let's be realistic. So first of all, Skarner is a champion where your damage is scaling with max HP. So, yes, Heartsteel is giving, you this proc that he has only proc 3 times in this game. But having more HP is anyways better than the proc, because his ability is like his Q scales so much with HP, and you use your Q all the time to poke in later stages of the game. So this is already the first thing. Then his heart steal is giving 960 HP. Varmox at this stage would give like at least 1k 300. I think more like 1k 400 HP in total, because it increases the HP your other items give by like 10, 12%, something like this. So, okay, we see a fight though now. Fix is really far away. Ooks losing a lot of HP, but he's still alive. He has Shen ultimate not, so he cannot reset and ult in. But he's also gaining a lot of HP back here from a heal. Now let's see, Dragon is still on the menu. Fix is kinda keeping it aside, now getting to his team. Hash forward from Shuhari. Can this be enough? The ultimate is not really hitting from Cassiopeia, but it doesn't matter. Ambessa ultimate is hitting. Skana ultimate is hitting. And now Nate, he has to run this fight alone with his jungler. And it looks like it's possible, actually. Nathan Wasser, they're doing so much. But now, Visium is hitting, but Wits End actually doing a lot of work. The dragon is so low. Can it be secured? Has he smite? Yes, smite. Mountain. It's still an ocean dragon, so this could be enough. Vaso, he's just not dying. He dies in the end. TP is now coming in. Nate is TPing in, gets one kill, but he will be killed at one point. Nearly gets another one. Crazy. They're teleporting mid now, trying to get at least something out of it. But this was like, Max Gaming, they started this fight, you know? So well, they got like Alone and Fix both on a silver plate. But then, you know, Nate just runs it with Varsor together. You know, they don't need their teammates. They don't need their carries. You know, they're like, carrying themselves. And yeah, with that, I think they got mid lane turret, at least one. But still, Soul is in the end secured. Inhibitor is still safe. So 9ZG at a very, very strong position. I want to say something about this organization, 9ZG. They just, I think, I'm not up to date with CSGO, but I feel they had really, 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 really good results in CSGO recently. So, and generally, I think for this organization to get like into the CBLOL, or at least in the CBLOL, at least in the promo tournament, you know, it would be, I think, a good sign. You know, this organization is definitely on a rising trajectory. So, setting themselves up here for success in the first game, even though a lot of people have said, me included, that their draft kind of looks not so superior compared to Maze. Let's see, game is not over yet. Theoretically, Maze Gaming, you know, every team fighter could still do well. I kinda cannot find the damage yet, though. Let's see. Going in now alone is alone again. Has flash still this time. Is hitting forward. Spell shield is now used as well. Let's see. The Trundle is running forward. His anchor hits. There's a counterplay here. Now alone and Wasser are on the menu. Alone dies first. Now Wasser is getting hit by the Ambassador ultimate. Now the fight. Nate is still poking out damage though. Now the next one on the menu. Wasser still alive though. No way. Shuhari dying next. Nate. He's running. Sidestep from Fix and him now. Oh, the taunt also beautiful here from Oops. And with that, his to dies Vision. He can flash away. He gets actually the Shen. Maybe he gets more here. They need to be careful. They're so low HP. This could find them. Oh, whoa. What's the situation again? I think like in the beginning it doesn't look that bad for you know? It's like this back and forth in those team fights is kinda crazy. Let's see, Fix is still looking. He wants this turret at least. Finds now an E, dodges all abilities, gets the turret, and with that, let's see how the game continues. 3k gold lead now on the clock for 9ZG, but this gold lead kinda doesn't matter. It all depends on fight execution right now. Something important that is now put like in the inventory is Fix Zonias. It is fully completed now. We have seen also Rage Blade now for top lane. The Vayne has one. So this is really important. On the other side, the Ambessa is also like looking for the Guardian Angel now. Has 3 items, but she's like reasonably behind. I think Ziggs has 4.5 items, also really strong. Kinda has to fight against Fix, but I think like it's in these games and these fights, I think Fix is dealing like so much more damage than Vision is doing right now. Nash is now on the menu for Maze, they're technically not that bad when they have to like have the area because they have frontline, they have tanks, they have poke. Well, Lone actually ulted behind them. He's flanking on the rise. He's kind of getting caught though, but he's at least splitting the team. Vaso is now in the 50-50. Ziggs secures it though. Neo flashes out. Could it be that they want to chase this? Pillar is now used, but they cannot really get close to them. It's like, again, the only thing they can really do is walk. And I mean, they walk, but they also, they don't really want to walk into the CC. But Mace Gaming, if they lose this fight, this could be really dangerous. Warsaw is again the first target here, but he's healing so much with his ultimate, with the bite and with the Ocean Dragon, and with that, Mace Gaming, they're getting put into a corner here. Next kill secured. Johari will die too. And yes, Vision, he can get one in return, but the Nash buff immediately blasted. Ace secured. The only one dying is Fix. And Nate is even teleporting in the base. He is not carrying anymore. Emoting here, dropping a Karl Slatten Gamer emote, some Ash emotes here. And with that, I think that must be it. 9ZG, they don't need a superior team comp. They just win it anyways. Putting here the first one on the table. Though, I must say, Mace, they have potential to bounce back into the series. Anyways, a strong showing here, I think, for this 9ZG roster. Especially Nate here on the Vayne was carrying so many team fights in the mid and late game. Crazy to see here. And I think like Nate is one of these players that can do this, we have highlighted it in draft, He's such a good carry player and he he did this game, by a lot. So like to see this. Really good. And with that, GG for 9ZG. Nice first game here. We will get into a pause soon, I assume. We have I think they always do 5-minute pause, so I will do pause as well because I not have I cannot yap for 5 minutes straight now. Oops, sorry. I cannot yap for 5 minutes straight. So if they're getting in a pause, yeah, for 6 minutes even. Yeah, we will do pause too. Because there's nothing else I can do. We have to pause. I'm sorry because I'm my body is not made for yapping for so long times. So be right back. We will see us again. I think I will be 1 minute before pause end. I will be back. Yeah. Short pause.
1-0 el marcador a favor de la escuadra de 9Z, Julio, en una partida que ocurrieron varias cosas. Un Maze que estaba bien hasta minuto 11, primera sangre.
Sorry, I was arriving really late. There is some CBLOL drama that kept me occupied. If you're interested in CBLOL a bit, then there's right now drama about like Frosty leaving Red Pits. So yeah, that's what we have seen. Now we're going back into this game though. Sorry. Seeing here some highlights of the first game, like the first early solo kill that Nate was getting. Then we see like some fights. I think in generally Maze Gaming they had like a really strong early game though, all things considered. Getting themselves in a quite strong position. I think here. But it's a back and forth, all things, I think Maze got early more than they should have, but then 9GG bounced back. But every time 9GG bounced back, also Maze Gaming bounced back, but to a certain degree, I think, oh, this was so funny. Look, Nate TP here in. Oh, it's just being in and gets slaughtered immediately. I mean, he gets one kill, but holy shit. I mean, the ocean like nearly enough to get more, but. And this is like the final fight here where Maze just got Nash and then they got literally put into a corner where they're just getting cooked here. Yes, Fix in the end will die, but it won't matter. After this fight, they just run it like down and win the game here after 35 minutes. And yeah, it's a strong statement for 9CG because I think in draft we all didn't like their comp really that much. Before the Mates Gaming would be like far superior with their comp, but in the end they weren't. So let's see. Again, they still fought like brilliantly, but yeah, I don't know. If the comp would look better, then it might be even harder for Mace Gaming to get into a position to do anything. Though again, it is a back and forth here in the end. None of those teams played it really clean. So yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I think we will go soon into the game. I think Nate got the MVP here, yeah. Interesting to see. I think there's nothing more to say. I 100% agree. Nate had a crazy game. I think we can also look forward for more even crazier pick for Nate. He's a really great player that has a lot of great champions in his pool. It can probably, every game where he finds a counter pick should be really scary for me gaming. So yeah, let's see. We're immediately going into the draft, so I'm muting this and I'm activating my draft music and we go in. Okay, we are into the draft of the second match of today, 9CG. They are 1-up and we're going into the ban phase. Varus again banned for Maze Gaming, from Maze Gaming. Strong flex pick here for the side of 9CG. On the other side, we have Camille banned. I think Camille is like really strong champion. I mean, who do I tell this, really broken champion right now, so definitely 100% understand why it's banned. Same for Locke. And it looks like 9CG is again red side, no? What a first pick. I don't know. A bit hard to tell. Because you can already see it advanced, but I think they have first pick even on 9CG, so maybe they don't want the first pick. Locke Akali now banned again against Hitsu. Interesting. Hardly nothing that we usually see in the first ban rotation. Jace now picked a band away. Again, Jace is a champion, has a lot of counter picks that are really strong in my opinion, but I think they don't want to give it to Nate. And now let's see what they're first picking. They're now out as well. There's still like a lot of good champions open, like Lee Sin, like Bard. You know, you can speak for Ezreal or now Harvard. I think she was Harvard last game too, though. Never mind. She is just picked here. I think not the craziest. Look at this band. So she's probably high prio. Orena is, I don't think it's the craziest first pick here, so let's see how it continues. Let's see how it continues. What May's answers is still there are a lot of good champions open, like Lee Sin, for example, that can do a lot against Oriana. And it's now Hubbard as well. And will be picked here. Lee Sin, I think, is really, really strong. Great pickup here for Maze. Let's see what they pick to it. Victor would be a fine answer into Oriana. Nothing too crazy, but definitely a really good champion. I like it. I like it. On the other side, Nafiri, classic pairing with the Oriana, also classic handshake with the Lee Sin. So I think 9ZG so far looking pretty good here. Let's see what they are rounding out at the Bard. You know, a champion that Ux has played a lot and is like really good. So let's see how they will answer. I think like theoretically mates can do a lot right now because they can like blind pick something and ban, but they also can just answer support. What they probably do with a rel here. So yeah. The rel now secured. We're going into the next ban fights. I would not wonder if we don't like if we right now see a lot of top lane bans again. I would think the Gangplank will probably be taken out here. Maybe something like Renekton again. I'm not sure. There's no last pick for 9ZG, but they like to blind pick Gangplank. So if you're scared of Gangplank, what you should be, then you will probably ban it here. But I don't think they will ban Renekton, honestly. Deciding for Ezreal first here. Maybe they don't ban a top laner at all. It could be possible. But I still think they should, you know? I still think they should. Though I'm not like, if 9ZG would pick Gangplank here, I wouldn't like, not too hyped about it. Like, I think it's like a hard angle to perform. But I think Nate is a performer, you know? He doesn't need the best angle for it. Earlier in the season, he also blind picked it. So, he really early picked it too. So, definitely a player that you have to expect to just log it in. Syndra now taking us out as well. A champion that can be flexed onto the bot lane. Same as Victor. Both champions can theoretically play bot lane. So they're banning the double mage. Theoretically, possibility here. Lee Sin would be really good with that, and they can pick like something more AD heavy on top lane. Because they have last pick, you know? They could do. But let's see. Another plan for Mace Gaming is coming. It is Ornn. Ornn is a champion that he has about like Nate being a crazy carry player, but he has played one Ornn game. He's definitely able to play setup for his team if needed. I think Nate in general is just a very crazy good player. I hope we see him in tier 1 once again. And I hope he can make it this year. But for now, Mace Gaming is the next stepping stone for them. And Mace Gaming, on the other hand, they definitely want to go there as well. They're Team Chile, you know, full Chilean roster. I think they definitely want to make it. Zahin now banned as well. Zahin is a champion that we rarely see, honestly. But again, a champion that both top laner has been played. Even though it is more rare. Galio is now picked here. That means the Victor probably will go bot lane, but it's fine. But it also gives now 9ZG an answer here on the bot lane. And I doubt it will be Galio bot lane. So they can now answer their pick into Victor. Let's see what Fix is playing. Fix is a legendary AD carry of the LATAM scene. He has played for many years on many internationals. So there's definitely a lot of potential here for a great pick up. But Sidon is Hubbard first here. Let's see. Sidon is now picked. A really strong blind pick. Nivea Hubbard. Could be Nivea for all we know. I think it wouldn't be that bad. I'm also not the craziest fan of Anivia here, but I think she would do a lot of. She can bring a lot of value here theoretically. Oh, this one I'm not sure if I think it's good here, but I would like it because it's crazy. Yeah, Seraphine I think fits well. Yeah, it's just Seraphine, you know, fits good with the team here. So let's see. Mace Gaming. They're still lacking a bit of damage here. They are also having a Sion on the other side on top lane, so they cannot really pick any crazy AD champion here because Vayne is already out. I don't think there are any other AD carries that you can play against Sion. Yes, you can pick Mundo. Mundo has, like, in the late game, deal a lot of AD damage, but he has to come to there, and then you also do, you're, like, weak to CC and stuff, so I'm not sure if I like this pick too much, the Mundo here. It can fill the hole of DPS that the team did have, but I'm just not sure, honestly. I'm just not sure. We have to see how it goes. Definitely still Mace Gaming has a chance to bounce back, but I like their draft last game a bit more. And I like NCG's draft a bit more than last game too. Yes, they're like they have like double mage and the Nafiri, so the Nafiri has to do a lot of damage here. In general, Mace Gaming has a very durable roster here, but could be problematic. So we have to see how it goes, honestly. Because like, I think if I look at it, yeah, Mace doesn't really do have crazy DPS, but 9CG also kind of doesn't have it, and the team of Mace is like really durable. So we have to see. Every victor we have seen so far in LATAM, like in the last 1-2 weeks, looked really really strong. So I would assume, especially because Vicium is a really good player, if he steps up to the occasion, then he can maybe carry this, but it's definitely not easy. Okay, the caster looked funny. The analyst. Now we're going back to the casters, and with that we're also soon going into the game. We are back into day 2 of the LRS Playoffs, game 2 here. 9CG, they are 1 game in the lead, but Mace Gaming, they're looking to bounce back here. Really, really much aggressive from Mace here. They're stepping forward, but the 9CG, they're stepping slowly up to contest here. Oh, Sun is connecting on Neo. He's like losing half of his HP and is like really far away from his jungle, so he has to walk a lot. Also, 1 grasp stack secured for Nate here. So all in all, I would say 9CG is going slightly better out of this early shenanigans, but nothing major is generated here. On the other side, Fix is like losing a bit of trading against the Victor. Also nothing too crazy, but Seraphine has a lot of sustain. Also with Bart, there's potential there. Ooh, Ux now is also target Shohari, and him they are fighting. Fix cannot really help him here right now. Now uses his stun or like snare to ensure that Vissim cannot continue fighting with them. But he still gets out 1E, and with that, better trade here for Mates Gaming in the early game. They're looking in for more. But level 2 engage Shohari cannot reach here. Cannot reach Ux, so Ux is fine. And you see the sustain already, of the 9CG bot lane. Yeah, they lost a bit more HP in the early, but they use pots, and they have like Seraphine healing, Bard healing, It is not crazy healing, but it is enough, probably to just out-sustain the other lane that has no such abilities. So let's see how it goes. On the other side, we see Sion, honestly, having a great lead here already. I'm not sure how he's doing it, but Vamo is like half a wave, like a whole wave behind right now. The wave should be still there. It's under turret, so he can farm. Now we see bot lane more fighting here. We see him losing a lot of HP. That should be fine. Now Shohari is going in, maybe a bit too deep, honestly, but the Bard Q is not connecting with that. Ux is just losing insane amount of HP. Shohari is flashing, so is Vision. They will secure the first one, but it's only for Rel. But Fix now, whoa. He kind of cannot get away. He has to fight this, not because he wants, but he kind of has to. Now he should use his flash towards his jungler and be fine. Vaso is flashing forward now, should secure Vision here with the bleed. More cannot be gained. Neo is still looking for something, but Vaso is tanking it. Doesn't matter, Neo is flashing over him, and Vaso now himself is on the menu. Double kill secured for Mace, and with that, 3-1 here in the early bot lane. Just getting a lot better out of it. Yes, the first blood, kinda honest, like, it's going to Rel, kinda doesn't matter. But after that, 2 kills for Lee Sin in the early game, really, really strong. Really, really strong here. for Mace Gaming in the early game. I think like 9ZG, they're just slightly a bit too far forward here, you know, crazy. If they just, played a bit more restrained, then they are not in this much of trouble. I mean, at least bot lane wise, they're not in much trouble yet. I mean, Victor is getting like a lot closer to his upgrades, that can be really annoying. He has already his first now on level 4, but I cannot tell you when Victor is usually getting his upgrades. So I cannot tell you if this is crazy lead or not. I'm sorry. I just don't know. But interestingly enough, he has the upgrade now on his laser, so it deals damage twice now. But definitely is a good thing to have, you know? If it's fast, if it's slow, doesn't really matter. It's good that he has it for himself. Um, let's see how else the game continues. The dragon is spawning here again. First dragon is a mountain dragon this time. I'm not sure if any of those teams really can look for an early dragon or like want to look for an early dragon. I don't think they really want to do it. The damage is kinda not that great. But they could theoretically look for it, you know? It is possible. We have to see. 9ZG definitely is looking forward here. They're kinda not getting anything. Alone. Hello? Is unnatural, losing a lot of HP, even has to flash, but Neo is just there alone. Alone just goes completely too deep here. 9ZG, they're looking like a lot too carelessly. Another play where they're just like completely out of position. For no reason at all, honestly. Oriana is here killed after she flashes over a wall. That was not safe at all. Really unsure what 9ZG thought about like doing this. It makes the game a bit harder for them to play. It's definitely not unplayable now, but they're kind of fumbling the early game a lot here. Especially with Lee Sin now. He has secured his third kill. So he's really strong now. Man, sorry. He is really strong now, and we have to see how he can leverage this. He's not finished his first item yet, but he's still like a lot ahead actually against Warsaw. Warsaw now also a receiving target of a lot of aggression. He still has an untargetability, but he cannot really use that at all. It's just getting put down here. Mace Gaming, they're setting the tone here in the second game. Just catching 9ZG again and again. Nobody is killing this Mundo later. I wanna make a joke that nobody is actually playing for Malvinas Gaming and he isn't in this lobby to kill him. But since I think you did not mean the player, I would agree. There's really nobody killing him here. And again, 9ZG is on the receiving end. Higgs is now there though. This time Mace Gaming, they got put into they're going very deep here. And this time, finally, 9ZG Gaming, they can find something, some punishment here of Mace Gaming. But it's just like, it's the tone of the game, I think. It is always a team steps in too deep and then dies, So, yeah, I think so too. There's like, especially with the meta right now, where a lot of teams are just, how do you say? A lot of teams, they're like going really, how do you say? Sorry. The teams, they are like looking to play invade a lot, with the supports being like not bot lane. A lot of supports, they're roaming and then the junglers are going for invade plays, and then we have this 3v3, even 4v4 situations very early already. That often is like really hard to play if you're too deep here. Master now securing at least one Harald, but one Harald is kind of not enough, if we are honest. One Harald is barely the bare minimum what you want to get, because the grab buff will now go to the side of Mace Gaming, though the grab buff is relatively useless right now. You can see, if we see how Neo kills it, it gives him only 30 gold, you know, so securing the grubs as an objective is kind of pointless. Like, not pointless, but it is like giving you less than a gromp. So, you would rather do your gromp than this as a jungler yourself, and then you have this buff, and this buff, you know, you kind of have to use it consistently to have value with it, but I don't really see anyone on Mace Gaming that can consistently hit the turret shortly. So, let's see. I think if 9ZG would lose this game, I think it's definitely not just because of the draft. It is also they're also like kind of not playing it really well. Nate here gets already kind of dunked by Vamu. The Cyan blind pick is not working out here as planned. Now Mace Gaming again, they're trying to find something. This time they're not going too deep though. Respecting the area. First rank is still up, by the way. It's like 10 minutes soon. And then generally I think, oh, nice taunt here from Hitsu. A lot of damage used. Now the counter shockwave, but alone has to flash away. Gali ultimate is now used. Only hits Warsaw, but this is already enough. He needs to flash away. Shuhari, nice Q here, the kick. Barely not enough. And with that, no one will die here, but Mace Gaming still having the advantage. Visium is now going forward. Even flashes here for a support. Cannot kill him. Fix is now there. Misses everything though. Ay, disaster. And with that, Fix will just be slain. And even Warsaw needs to be careful here, but it's kind of fine. Dragon will be secured. And I think like this Mountain Dragon is probably really, really nice for Mace Gaming because they already have such a tanky roster. So the durability is already like the strength of them. Now getting a bit more is like really good. It's really good, I think, here. For Mace Gaming, they're setting themselves up for success. Again, I think their comp is looking a bit better in like team fight. So not necessarily. But I think like their win conditions are like a bit easier to play. Like yes, you have Oriana Shockwave, but like the only target that is really threatened by a Shockwave is the Victor, so you're not really, you know, you have to you kind of cannot really use it. We see Fix here on the Seraphine is like missing all his abilities, will just be slain and does not really look comfortable right now on it. Seraphine obviously not a hard champion to play. So even maybe Fix has not played her much, but he thinks, yeah, it's whatever, I can play her. But it kind of looks like he's not too confident on this champion. Considered that he probably has in his career not played it much. So, on the other side, Vision on the Victor looks really good. I like Victor a lot, honestly. I think really good champion, has a crazy win rate in Latam overall. Always finds really a lot of value with ultimate and team fights and stuff. And I think like if we compare like Victor, if he hits like he can like at least hit 3 targets where he's lethal to. You know, he's lethal to Seraphine, he's lethal to Nafian, he's lethal to Oriana. So you really don't want to play against, or like it's really tough to play against it. Also like the Nafiri, like her dogs, the little dogs, they actually deal a lot of damage, you know? So with Victor Ultimate and like AoE in general, later it will be hard to actually take it. Vasa needs to be careful here. Neo just steals the red buff here with ease. Nate ult just gets outplayed completely. Neo not need to sweat here, just gets out of it here. And with that, Mace Gaming, they had an advantage and they're pushing it a bit. Nothing too major yet, but they're pushing it. They're definitely in the driver's seat. Something that is I really like to see about Mace Gaming here. Showing that they're like in fact not one of the weaker teams. They can hold their own. Let's see. Game's just down right now a bit. There's also no major objective to do. Theoretically, there's also nothing to fight for. But I could still look here. Sometimes you only fight over ward. It's fine. Oh, Neo. Needs to be careful, but he's very slippery. Has flash, has his jumps, you know. He's probably not in any dangerous position here. Maybe loses his objective, but doesn't look like it. His team is there to back him up. Objective now secured. With objective, I mean the Raptors are now secured, so this is really, really good. And we see more playing here. Both teams, they're like testing the water still a bit. Definitely less bloody than yesterday in the LRN. Both teams, they're kind of always like looking a bit, nothing really happening. Not as bad as CDs, like Brazilian tier 2 is, where we also cast tomorrow again. But definitely one of the slower games in Latam. Let's see how it goes. We see like first items are now secured on like basically everyone. We see double heart steal on top lane. It could work out for them because both have heart steal, so they both want to stack it. So maybe they're like getting both into the position to stack it all the time. But usually you don't see this. Champion like Dr. Mundo likes to go Vamox first before heart steal because it just generally makes mathematically more sense to do so. And Sign is a champion that we rarely actually see with either Warmox nor Heartsteel. I'm not sure if I like this a lot here. I think Heartsteel fascination, I want to say, of the Latam teams here is really, really holding those top laners back here. But let's see. Let's see. Nothing is lost, nothing is won here. Next Hardhead is spawning now, next Dragon also in 40. Mace Gaming having an advantage in Dragons and in Grubs, so neutral objectives are their favorites right now. And we see Vamu here, scanning a lot on this side lane. Always pushing turret. Mundo has a lot of base healing, so even though he looks like kind of low life right now, it's fine. He will heal back up over time. And Mace Gaming also starting the objective here, the Harald. It doesn't really look like 9ZG is in any position to contest this. They have no prior top, they have no prior mid lane. And without priors, it will be kind of impossible to contest here. They could look for a favorable position for the Dragon here. That wouldn't be bad, honestly, especially with Vamu. Like, Vamu has lost half of his HP. Yes, for the 1v1, it doesn't matter. But for the situation around Dragon, it might just be all they need here to teleport even used on bot lane now. We kind of don't see what happens there, but there is aggression. They're even trying to dive Vamu. Maybe him losing half the HP to the turret will be mattering, and it actually will be mattering. It took them a while, but they took him down, and Vamu dies here on his own misplay. On the other side, though, Mace Gaming, they are not taking any second guesses. They're immediately pushing with the Harald here on top lane. They know they are probably not getting the Dragon, so they're trying to push as much as they can get on top lane. Securing here second turret for them. And bot lane turret now secured for 9ZG. So, in general, I still would say it is a bit better for 9ZG here. But let's see. Both mages have gone Blackfire Torch. It's an item that we usually see. And I think Oriana is also going... teleport here now used for Mace Gaming. Alone is Half-Life, but there's another TP coming for Mace. It will be Fix. And he can speed up his teammates, so this could be helpful. Shockwave misses Alone. Completely fumbles it, but it doesn't matter really. They just wanted to leave anyways. I'm interested to see what the mages are going here because, like, it seems like Oriana is going Liandris. An item that you usually don't see on champions like Oriana anymore. But, like, this game, probably it would be smart to buy. So, let's see. Fix now. Oh, he fails his flash, gets insect, immediately taken down. Another kill here. And Vaso, yes, he uses on target ability, uses the ultimate now. Looks ultimate actually. Really great. Gives his team the time to reset. Now they're TPing in here. Wamu really low. Nate ultimate is trying to hit him over the wall. It could have happened if Wamu would stay close enough to the wall. But now it's just a Nate 1v5 here. I'm not sure if he likes his position. Like, Ux is 1 HP. He can't really go here in. Still tries it, but it probably will just cost his own life. He's so low, but he cannot take him away here. Shohari is fighting 1v1 against Alone. He should lose it. Was just escaping with 1 HP. But Nate is finally taking out. Shohari is taken out as well. So, wait, is he? Yeah. Oh, they're fighting back though. First kill secured. Vamu. is still walking alone. There's nowhere he can go, no? I mean, he can actually. Hero is not in a position to help him. He has to run himself. Victor is now finally taking down. This fight is completely chaotic. I cannot tell you who won that because I think it takes so long and both times losing members that already respawned. So crazy. Crazy, crazy. We also now see the Leandris that I've spoken before. It will be very important for the Oriana. Usually item we don't see anymore because it's actually pretty bad. But if you're playing against like basically 4 champions that are stacking HP, then it's really good. And Victor also going Kindle Gem, so he will also stack a bit of more HP. Here this play starts on Fix doing a mistake. They take him out immediately. Now Varso is like the next on the menu, but he's getting away with it really close. You see, it's like 1 HP. Nate will not get away, and in the end, I think Vision dies too here. Vasa just chase him down. It's like crazy fighting. It took so long. And now we are going back into the game. Next Dragon is spawning in 1.5 minutes. We also have a Nash on the map. I don't think any of those teams is really good at doing Nash. They have kind of low DPS, so they don't really want. Oh my god, the top lane builds are crazy mind blowing. So far, I'm a really hard steel hater, but they have gotten their 200 stacks per item. So it is still fine for them. And now with Vamox secured, I usually say, yeah, don't buy hard steel, buy Vamox. But if you're buying both, what am I gonna say now? I'm silenced. Really like it, honestly. I really like this build in general. I think it is a underrated build for tanks in League of Legends. Having both Heartsteel and Vamox. Usually I would recommend going Vamox first because it's a better first item. And it makes you stronger on the first item. But yeah. I think neither Nate nor Vamu needs it. Vamu now in a crazy 1v4. He can never win this. He uses ultimate. If he gets his W out, he maybe gets some hearts these days. That would be been really good, but now he's dead. Might be whatever though, depending if 9ZG can find an angle on getting Nash here. But if they don't get an angle on Nash, then Vamu's death might not matter at all because he will be back for the dragon. And he has teleport also. Vision needs to use Rocket Belt here. Else would have probably died. But Mace is slowly grouping. He's also lost like half of his HP. If he's not resetting, he needs to reset it. He's just not getting it back. So let's see. Right now an advantage here for the side of Mace Gaming. But Oxy will be there again. And we see like Alone actually pushing top lane. He still has teleport, but it kind of, Mace Gaming, they will just secure this dragon. I think this dragon, honestly, is crazy for them. Because it gives you tenacity, first of all. Kind of matters a lot because tenacity is really good against Bard. It's insanely good against Seraphine, So I think the tenacity is really valuable. And then the heal and shield power is also crazy, no? For Mundo heals like a lot of HP, so it's like crazy value for him. Lee Sin also heals a lot of HP with his like own lifesteal or Omnivamp, I'm not sure what he's getting. Antisterax, and then we have like Galio, healing and shielding. Then we have Victor shielding, Rel shielding. So in general, I think for both teams, those Shemtech Dragons will be very valuable. And if like one team can get like 3 of them, and the other team 0, then I think this is a difference that you can see in game. It will be a difference that will be actually hard to combine. Now we see Galio Hitsu is on a fight. He has to leave though because Wasso is kinda running him down, dealing a lot of damage here to him. Has the Black Cleaver Voldy Consort, but he has to leave. Gets his TP from Malone, but it's like now used only to secure his jungler's life. That kinda inted a bit here, I wanna say. Losing his flash on such a important timer is not that good. He's also immediately leaving the party. I think they have paused before he left. So I would assume they know that he wants to reset his PC. But yeah, it means we have to wait a bit. It happens. Let's hope there are no major issue and they can be fixed by one restart. In Latam, we are used to those type of situations where you just have to, you know, you just have to put it in. And I think we are back into the game, yeah. Only a short break. Vaso is back at it, is also mid lane again, so immediately no big issue. And let's see. Like, I think someone said that, there's no damage to kill Mundo later on, but the same can be said about Cyan. It will also be really hard to kill the Nate Cyan. With the Seraphine together, like, especially, it will be hard. So let's see how that goes. Generally, would favor to have Mundo in the later game stages, though. But right now, the game is too even, it's hard to say who wins this. I think the game will just go like last game a bit, It is back and forth, and then at one point, one team will find a major advantage and win. Sounds really stupid, but that's just how it is sometimes. Waves getting pushed back and forth. Again, Nash is like the only neutral objective that is there that can be contested, but like Nash, both teams are not really good at doing Nash, so. But now we see a fight here. Side ultimate is coming, but Nate is not really hitting anything. Warsaw needs to be careful here. Needs to retreat. Actually, has no flash. Needs to be a lot careful here. Actually, they're using the portal to get out of it. And Maze, they're just securing the area here in a 4v5 in the end, honestly. Hitsu's only now getting to his team, so a slight, not even damage lead, like, damage was not even dealt here to 9ZG. They just had to, or like just received the area anyways. Now Nate, he's really in it now. He has to show that he's tanky, but he is actually not that tanky. Shuhari is going in now, but this might be not the position where he wants to be in. But there's again no tank damage, so he's not dying. Victor ultimate is now used as well. Nate is like half HP. He has no ultimate, has a teleport down, and Vasa is like flanking here, doing a lot of terror, but also not getting anything. Both teams, they're just testing themselves. Testing the opponent if they're doing a mistake. Nate is now teleporting back in after he lost half of his HP. Itsu's like going really deep here. This could be dangerous. Oh, fix ultimate again, like only hitting one target. And the important target would be Visium. Visium, he's dodging everything away. He's just complete fancy footwork. But Shohari is still not there. Vamus now on the menu. He's the first target. He's losing a lot of HP. Can he die? Knight as the ultimate again. It's so low cooldown, but the moon is just healing and healing and healing. Now finally he dies with the execute of the Seraphine Q. But Nate takes the turret. Turret is down. Now 9ZG, they're finding themselves on the advantage. Shohari is the next on the menu. He will die. And now, oh, nice interrupt from Vaso, interrupting the dash from Galio. He dies too, and with that, a kinda clean win on a fight here for 9ZG. And with that, we'll get the Nash too. Honestly, crazy to see, the Mundo, he just couldn't survive, honestly. It's crazy. He survived for so long, but then he just fall. He's like not on the same level. Like, I think there are two important factors here. I think on the first impact is like the carries of 9ZG actually did more anti-tank damage than the opposing team, because like yes, the Mundo, like look how much damage he's getting. Then he's healing so much, but it doesn't matter. The execute of Seraphine Q will be enough here then, and with that, like Nate, you can just tank for ages, because I think like the damage dealers right now for 9ZG, they're just dealing more damage, because they have like 3 damage dealers with Nafiri and 2 mages, and on the other side you kinda only have Victor Lee Sin. But Lee Sin has to be a lot, like, the reason why Nafiri is so good is because you can throw your Q, and then, the dogs run forward, you can throw another Q to, like, deal a lot of damage, but it is a ranged spell after all. Lee Sin, yes, you have your Q as a ranged spell too, but it's like, it's not the same, So Wasa can be definitely a bit more, do a lot better job on a more ranged position here. And then the Mundo also has no resistances yet, so Really tough. Really, really tough. Game is not over though. I think like if you look at the sign, you know, he's close to finishing the Spirit Visage, and then I think he should go Unending Despair too. Maybe he is not going it. I mean, he should against Mundo. Listen, probably should go it. And with Unending Despair, like because this item gives him so much more healing as well. You know, it will be so hard to kill this Scion. On the other side. Mundo is, I think, going into the same direction, so he will be also really hard to kill. But Cyan is a lot more tanky right now. Also, again, going really deep. Gets kicked in here. Now finally gets back up, but he's not getting away. Oh, he's getting away with 1 HP. No, he can still be killed by the Chaos Storm. Now Nate is on the menu, but he's like basically unkillable. There's nothing that matters. But also, again, he's finding himself far too deep here, and this kinda equalizes this Nash power play for the side of Maze Gaming, you know. They're like, you know, yes, they're still losing a bit of gold. Like, you know, there's still like a 500 gold lead that 9G gets by this play, but, you know, doing Nash alone gives you 600, you know, so I will definitely say for Maze Gaming, this is like really, really nice for them right now to punish Vasa's over-aggression again. So Maze Gaming, they're holding themselves into this game. Importantly, we see also now Liandris on the Victor, so he will do a lot more damage to the Scion. This will be really important in the future. Let's see what other items we see. Let's see. The game is like right now a bit slower because there's no major objective on the map anymore, and they cannot really siege that easy, so will be hard. Let's see how it continues. Nate now the 1v1 getting a stack here. Same for Vamu. And now we see a mid theoretically a fight again. They're going really deep. Fix finally finds a good ultimate into a good shockwave. But Hitsu is like immediately cooked here, but also needs to be careful. But he's like going in again. Even if he will die here, the fight is still pretty tough. Vamu in the back line. It's not really dying, but he's also not really dealing any damage right now. He's healing so much, it's actually crazy. There's no anti-heal yet. I think this is maybe the next item that this 9G roster want to buy. And Vaso, he's going over the wall, but he's alone. Still nearly kills him. His team, though, cleans up the rest here. I think Neo will probably escape. Visium, he gets flashed out, flashes himself away. But Nate is still on the hunt, you know. He doesn't care. The turret can hit him. But he cannot really hurt him. And still we see Nafiri is looking for Moonray. She finally finds him. And yeah, they don't need anti-heal if Mass Gaming cannot do anything with the fact that Vamu is surviving so long. But I would really think we see anti-heal soon from either Oriana or Seraphine. It was kind of crazy, honestly. Master needs to be careful now. He could be on the menu. Going in now on Neo. Has his team back up. Shockwave hits. Kills secured with an ultimate as well. And with that... sorry but I think the comment here in our chat is like so funny, you know. First we flame Watson and then it's Jungle Death. No player gap. Never mind, I cannot read. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Sorry. But it would be funny if you would have wrote Jungle Diff. You know, here you can see the kill on Vamu. In the end, Nafiri deals a lot of damage. Like, you can see all these little dogs, you know, they're going in, they're biting, they're scratching. And then Neo is coming, he's looking, you know, but the dogs just cancel his Q. Then Oriana comes, Shockwave secured, and with that, another kill. And we see 9GG, they have no Nash, but they're still on a sieging advantage. Also, again, getting a lot of damage. Needs to be careful here. Goes in again, this might be, and he's playing so clutch on his, like, last HP. Now Vamu is going in. Oh, this could be a clutch ultimate from Histo. But so far, it cannot be found yet. Neo is completely alone in the backline. So is Nate completely alone in the front line for his team. Vamu He's walking forward. Both tanks are getting no damage. The Q from Nate is completely the wrong direction. But he's still tanking though. There's nothing to matter. And I think Victor had to go base to defend. Now the first kill is secured. But it's immediately traded back. Nate's still alive. Vamu isn't. And with that, the damage can now put on the more squishy. I mean, Vision is now going in though. He's like really, really strong here to pit in. Really fast, and with that, they kinda should run this fight over. Nate is getting into his passive. He tries to run over Vision, but the Bath Portal is just running out in a crucial moment. Vasa is also dying, and Ux is like the last one alive. He will probably not die, but they're still losing a dragon here. Maybe he will die, actually. Let's see. I think it's like just, 9CG, they're just feeling themselves a bit too confident. I mean, those fights are really hard to read, I agree. But we see TP here too. Alone is actually TPing in ultimate used here, but they can never steal this. Alone and Ux, they tried to find the impossible, but they couldn't. Still, technically, they have a better position for this Nash. Right now, they already have good vision around it. They have already, they can already get prio because, base gaming, they have to reset now. So, let's see if they can maybe getting a better position out of this and secure the Nash. Again, like the Nexus turrets are quite low. Yes, they can heal, but healing is like really slow. So if they would secure Nash and find a way into the base of the Mace Gaming roster, this could be a free win for NCG, kinda. We now see finally the Oblivion Orb here, by the way, for the Seraphine. So even though there are more Shemtech drinks secured, but it gives you more heal and shield power, finally fixed. Has a fix for this solution. Bamu is already in playoffs, by the way. We are already in playoffs, and we see here, first kill is secured. Shuhari, not Shuhari, Ux just gets bursted. Vasa now alone in the backline again, but he cannot find the kill here. He still has a revive, but I'm not sure if it matters. Yes, he gets backup, but this will not be enough. Fix is now the next one that will die. Nate there is completely giga tanky in the backline, but it doesn't matter. He's just alone. Ay. And Nate, he's taken out. And with that, the Nash were also secured by Mace Gaming. And I'm not necessarily saying, that there's no shot that, I think just 9GG, they're trying too hard to play into the backline. It's always like, let's go in. I'm Vosso, I'm the Nafiri, I go on the backline. But it kind of does nothing here for his team. I think it's also a bit problematic that Nate wasn't there for their fight. So they're fighting without their, realistically saying, strongest member. Makes it really hard for them to play. But the game is not over yet for 9CG. Obviously, they can still win, but it's like, last two team fights there really took a toll on their goal lead, and this is gone. Yeah, it's best of 5. We're playing best of 5. 9Z Globant against Mace Gaming. It's the playoffs. It's the second day of playoffs. We already have one game. And the game is crazy indeed. Really crazy game here. It is still open for every team to win. We have, look at the hard steel stacks, by the way. 1.4. Okay, like this. They playing Aram. They're playing Aram Mayhem at this point, At this point, they're just playing Aram Mayhem. What the fuck? Both of those tanks, the sign also has 1.4 HP on his W. So in total it's wow. I kind of want to see the numbers, Let's hope that I get to see how much HP they actually have. So far, Mace Gaming now, they want to use their Nash for an advantage here. This first turret they should always get. There's kind of nothing that 9CG can do. Vasa should not defend this too hard, because the probability of him dying is really big if he stays there too deep. 9CG actually holding this turret for quite a while now, but they are just the cannon minions will just do their job, and take this turret sooner or later. Sooner is now. It is taken away, and Vamu is also pushing mid lane. There's no one that really can answer Vamu at this point, besides Nate. I think Nafiri might can as well, but she has no anti, so it's the longer game is really hard for her. And let's see, how much can this Mace Gaming roster get here? I would assume they should probably not get too much Nate now. Gets damage here. Yeah, he gets so much damage. Has to ult away. And I think, like, the combination of this Galio having Mandate and, like, Abyssal Mask is, like, really enhancing Victor's damage here to him. Hitsu now, though, needs to be careful. Gets away for now. Ultimate of Bart is missed. Nate still alive, loses half of his HP now. Oops, now getting ulted here from Victor. Fix ultimate again, cannot find anyone. It's getting flashed again, and I feel like every time Fix ults on the Seraphine, it is just flash. Or misses. So, really does not find any impact on the Seraphine so far, I must say, sadly. Definitely not the best game of Seraphine we have ever seen. But now the Nash buff is running out. Mace Gaming has swung the gold lead back into their favor, but it's like, at this stage of the game, this little gold lead kind of doesn't matter anymore. It is what it is. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't have it. Vaso needed to flash here already. Nate is now going in, only hitting Vamo. Neo is losing a lot of HP, but kind of doesn't matter. Let's see how can they play. Vamo is getting a lot of damage. Half HP now already. This is theoretically Dragon's Soul for this Mace Gaming roster, so they really want to fight here. Seraphine Ultimate is not yet there. And I think they're like trading here for mid push. This could be an inhibitor for Mace Gaming, but it's only mid inhibitor. It's kind of the least important inhibitor. So it's not too bad here. Securing the dragon, losing mid inhibitor. I think that's definitely something you can do. Let's see if they can get out here. They should. Can they? It's to try to cut them off, but should be fine. Ultimate of Galio is now used. Nate is kinda alone there in the front to back. Now Nafiri is coming too. Bart ultimate is missed. Now let's see. It will be important if Fix ultimate can finally find something. Visium is found, but there's no one that can go on him. But he can also do no damage. Now Nafiri is going in here in the backline. Vamu is on the other side in the backline. And Vaso slowly losing his HP now. And Vamu is still there. He's doing so much damage, but his team cannot keep up with him. And he is let alone here. And with that, he will probably die. Fix cures him. And Neo, he probably will get away though, but 9CG, they're punishing it. Getting a dragon, punishing them, and they're setting themselves up for success now for the next dragon fight. Though I must say, this game, is still basically on nice edge. Both teams can just win next team fight. It is so hard to predict here who will get more out of it. This Cyan. He must have like over 10k HP, no? It's crazy. I kind of want to see the numbers of his items too. Like how much healing would he actually get from an unending this bear proc? It must be so much. It's crazy. Especially because he always kind of stands inside 5 members of enemy team. Also importantly to know, last team fight, I think it was the first really impactful ultimate of Fix. Great play from Vassar and him here. This time they played together, and together it worked, They put a lot of pressure onto Vision. So he couldn't really play this fight. And if he cannot really play the fight, it's like the only damage that Mace Gaming has. Yes, the Mundo also obviously deals a lot of damage. It's now full build here with a Titanic Hydra. But in the end, it is like, he walks there and out-attacks a bit. But it didn't look too scary here. Nash now spawns in 20. And 9ZG there on the advantage. They have the better position also. Has to keep up with his team, but probably gets into the position here sooner than later. Let's see. The Dr. Mundo Q on the side is crazy legal damage. You really have to avoid it. If you don't know, Mundo Q deals a lot of max HP damage. I think 30% max, not max HP. He deals 30% current health damage magic. So, a champion like Cyan gets easily 2k, 3k damage out of it. So, kind of annoying. But he avoids them so far really good. He's putting so much pressure. There isn't even a team behind him. There's only a lone with the Original there. But he kind of does not need his teammates right now. He's just chilling. Let's see. This game, it's still so close. Next team fight could decide it all. And 9ZG, they're looking at this Nash now. At least they're in the area. Haven't started it yet, so we have to see. if they want to get it, if they can get it. Nate, he cannot find his Q now. Teleports are used in mid lane. Nate is kinda alone right now. Mamu is there now. He's like, he can go where he pleases. My god, the Mundo Q is doing so much damage now. Both tanks, they're fighting against each other. But Nate is for now losing more HP just because of the Mundo Q also now in the backline. Neo losing a lot of HP. But still doesn't really matter. Again, I want to say we have Rocket Belt and Flash for Vicium. This will be really important. It's hard for Fix to find the correct ultimate here. And now Nate is in the backline. Wamu is also on Fix. He's doing a lot of damage. His ultimate finally used. He runs, he flashes, but Wamu is still on, and Vaso as well. They kinda cannot tank this Mundo anymore. On the other side, Nate, he is getting down, and Mundo is still full life. Is it just it? First kill is now secured, and they can just run them down. There is not enough damage anymore. The last fights, they always looked playable, but this time, Wamu alone is a threat that is more than enough to secure his team here. 9ZG, they're still fighting. Nate maybe gets hit soon. No, he cannot get. I mean, they're still fighting back here, honestly. They're only 3 people, but they're still fighting. Oh my god! Nate just got 2 HP from his item. Was? It is crazy. But it doesn't matter. Huh? How did Nate did that? What the fuck? He just hacked. I don't think he bounced off the walls. I think it's a bug on sign that he actually can bounce walls, but he just used it twice in a row. I'm not sure if it's legal to use this bug, but he's teleporting straight into their face. It kind of doesn't matter, they cannot kill him, but he has also no mana anymore. So, like, for him, fighting is really bad, and he cannot reset and get mana anymore. I think 9CG, they just have to accept it. They lose this soul here, and this soul is like, kinda, if they get it, it's kinda unwinnable. But there's still a potential here for this Nate roster, not Nate, but like for the 9ZG roster. But Vasa, he seems like to die before the dragon is even low. He's still alive though. He can get into it again. It's really important if he gets this 50-50. He needs to get it. He's getting revived, but maybe he comes out of it again. Who's getting it? I think it's secured by Maze Gaming. With that, they should secure this fight here as well. There's nothing to do here anymore. Fix is the next that will die. Ooks probably will also not get away. And with that, the base is already in shambles. The minions doing a great job. And with this, GG. It was in the end tank against tank, but it looked equal, even favored for Cyan for a long time. But then the last, like, 5-7 minutes, Mundo just looked unbeatable here in this game 2. And with that, Maze Gaming can bounce back into the series. They're not out of it yet. They're making it a series. Remember, this is a best of 5. So we have at least 2 more games. Yeah, I think 2. It's so crazy. You think like, oh, they have 2 tanks. How boring, How boring. They have 2 tanks and no damage. But it was like, in the end, it was so, so nail-biting. At least for a long time, I think both Nate and Vamu on their tanks found so much impact here. Kinda crazy. Kinda crazy. But I think with that we will just go in a short break. I will also take a break to restore my voice a bit because it is a long yap. So yeah, we have a long yap. We have like 6-minute pause. I will take them, get some water, get to the toilet, get you also, get some snacks, get some water, take a short break. This series is promising to be a banger. Be right back. See you soon.
Segunda partida y en esta ocasión para la escuadra de Mace el marcador se pone 1-1 Julio y nuevamente ocurrieron muchas cosas para analizar, para conversar ahora en esta partida, desde jugadas, desde composiciones y hasta itemizaciones Julio, mientras vemos las repeticiones.
Okay, hello. I have returned and we are watching right now a bit of the highlights of last game. Last game was a really long one, so there are a lot of clips that could be potential highlights. First part was secured here by Rel, funnily enough, but I think Neo bounced back immediately. Then we have here Alone kinda completely lost all of it, just got taken out. Then we see like fights in jungle. I'm not even sure who wins this. I think Fix, yeah, this was a fight where Fix just flashed the wall, kind of fumbled. He lost his ultimate really bad too, and then, we see here this is still a fight where when 9 could win here. The Mundo is not yet so crazy strong that he is unbeatable. But then they just got to a point where this Mundo, you see, he's just running around alone here in this fight. If you look later, at this point, this Mundo was just unbeatable. It's like the 40-minute mark. You know. Hmm. So yeah, I think realistically speaking, I think I think this game still, there was a lot of arguing about like how Seraphine, how good this champion is, and this and that. Mm. But let's say honestly, this game until the 40th minute mark, I think this game was perfectly winnable for 9ZG. So, in my opinion, 9ZG just played really bad early game. I must say, they fumbled like they did a lot of bad things. And they could have definitely won this game too. Like, they had definitely 40 minutes time before the Dr. Mundo was kind of unbeatable. So, 40 minutes must be enough time to win a game. If you're really playing it good. So yeah, it was a long, really crazy game, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree. It was there are multiple things in the draft where you could say they make it themselves hard. They also decided to buy, for example, Anti really late against the Mundo. And there were like one situation where Mundo was like giga tanky, because he healed like 4k damage, 4 or 5k HP. I also think they made it hard by picking Seraphine, not because Seraphine is like how Seraphine a champion is, that because Six just played it bad, honestly. He just really looked uncomfortable. He had like multiple situations where he were kind of lost on the map, then had to flash, failed his flash. There are multiple situations where he just straight up failed his ultimate. Like, not just because like Victor flashed away, but because he just ulted badly and failed. And I think yeah. In general, I think also Vaso had he had also a stinker of a game. He got caught so much off guard. Alone, as well, Alone also had some situations where he just completely were out of position, get cooked. So in general, I think not just the draft was hard and kind of hard to execute, in a grand scheme of things against the enemy draft, but also they kind of played really bad together. And they played bad individually too. Something I would not have expected. Something I would not have expected for 9ZG, but in the end they got there and did not play that well, but it is what it is. Let's see who can win the next game. I think both teams can win here. They have, you know, Yeah, we have to see. We have to see. We're going into the next draft. So I will mute the stream that is 1 second behind. And I activate our banger draft music that I don't have the rights for. I think it's fine, you know. It's live stream. Okay, we're going into the draft. We see Nocturne and Varus banned again. Varus was banned every game so far against 9ZG. It's a deadly flex pick here for 9ZG. And the other side, Locke and Akali are banned. 2 assassins against Hitsu are taken out as well. We're going into game 3 of Fearless, so a lot of champions are already gone, but it will be even more because there's definitely at least a 4th game. So let's see. First pick. Oh, Ezreal first pick here. Yeah, makes sense. One of the rare crazy champions. Let's see how 9ZG answers. This Fix really likes the Caitlyn. He's played a lot of Caitlyn already this split. So also against Ezreal. So I would not be surprised if they answer with the Caitlyn here. There's still a lot of champions you can pick with the Caitlyn. For example, Nico is still open. A champion that Ux likes to play. Syndra would be good flex. I really hate Vi. Please don't pick Vi. Caramba. Okay, we see Vi here. An early answer into Ezreal. Vi is not necessarily that bad into Ezreal, don't get me wrong. I just think Vasa, you know, last game there were a lot of situations where he was just too deep, you know? And I think with Vi is exactly a champion that if he's already struggling this series with this, the champion gives the potential to enable it, you know? Ari now picked. Ari Vi in general is just really good. Combination. Really strong old school mid jungle 2v2. We haven't seen that in a while. We have to see how it goes, honestly. Especially because Mace Gaming has still time to answer here. Akshan actually, funnily enough, is crazy good against Ari. But I don't think they will pick it. Securing a Leona here, definitely not a bad pick. I think it's like probably the best melee support that is still aware. There's still Alistar, theoretically. And we have Silas now also secured. I think Silas Ari is fine. So yeah, I think like Mace Gaming I like, honestly, so far what they have. But 9G I'm not yet sure. It really depends on how Warsaw plays the Vi, but right now I'm not trusting him too much. And let's see what else they secure. Again, they could like, you know, secure a blind pick. They also could secure an AD carry here. Deciding for support. Brom, really good against Leona, also really good against like Silas, you know. So nothing too bad yet. You can theoretically play Brom Caitlyn, I think. You can also play Brom Lucian here. Something that you could also drop for a more aggressive lane. But I'm not sure. Not sure what they want to go. I'm not even sure what they want to ban here. I mean, they have last pick, so they can last pick their top laner. Deciding to ban a Poppy here. The Poppy is fine. Would be a good pick for both teams. There's not necessarily anymore for 9ZG because their rules already, like, you know, you don't want to pick Poppy top lane, but yeah, let's see. What else is banned? I think Maze will probably ban top laners here. I'm not sure what exactly. They could also ban AD carries, honestly. Deciding to ban an Olaf. I agree. Good champion. Let's see what the other side is banning here. Again, there's still like jungle and top lane open. There's still a lot of meta junglers open, like something like Jarvan you would think of, something like Wukong, for example, Xinja, all champions that we have seen in other positions too. Deciding to ban Sejuani here, I think, yeah, I definitely can understand. Sejuani's side is really strong, with Leona also really strong. Not a bad pick by any means. Also, they already have kind of bad anti-tank damage, so let's see. What will be the last ban for Maze? Will it be another top laner or an AD carry? Deciding here for Gangplank, understandable. Nate is just a Gangplank main, you could say. Autumn, will you play League Classic tomorrow? If you haven't played in like so much time. Since Season 3, will you come back? We see a silver now here for 9ZG. Kinda crazy. Let's see. I mean, Silva is a really good champion, you know, especially considering what's still open. It's fine into Ezreal can push the wave really good, and Shyvana now locked in for base gaming. I think Shyvana is a really, really strong champion. Probably it can be a bit hard against champions like Brom and Ari, but in general, I think it's still really good. I like that it's played here. Should beat the Vi pretty handy. Let's see. Rumble is now blind picked. It's a really, really, really strong blind pick. But there are still counter picks there. There's no Guardian you can pick. But there are other champions that have played against this too. Malphite would be crazy. Aatrox is a champion you definitely can pick here. So Cassante also tanks the Rumble relatively early as well, and then can just run him down. So yeah, it's secured here. GG. And let's see. I think if I look at the draft, I'm not sure what I like more here. Honestly, it's like a bit like it really depends of the Vi-Ari. You know, if Vi-Ari goes crazy, then you know. I mean, Nate on the Cassante will already have a lead. I think like Silva can also push a lead here. So it will be really, really like the mid jungle 2v2 will be very important because like not Silva, Shyvana and like Sylas are really, really strong if they go ahead. But if they cannot find anything, then they kind of can fall off a bit. So I think the mid lane 2v2 will be a really important matchup. And I personally think Maze Gaming is an advantage there. So potentially we will see a very, very great game here. But let's see. I don't think it is like this time. I don't feel like the draft is as easy to guess like before, but I just, you know, I think 9ZG is like better, but like I just don't trust them after last game, you know. After last game, I really don't trust them. So let's see if they can bounce back here. Or if Maze Gaming maybe have found a mental advantage after a 45-minute game. And we're going back into the third game. We're going into the third game. It's a best of 5, so you know, whoever wins or loses this game is not out of it yet. But definitely after last game was such a long game, such a long slag off. I think both teams they could be a bit you know, drained after such a game. Such an intense game even. At the end it was really intense. So we have to see. Maybe we see some weaknesses of some players. Some people also thrive under situations like this. So let's see how they will individually perform here in this game. I think in LATAM in generally individual performance is like a really big focus. Not focus, but like a big factor for a lot of matchups. So let's see. We see both junglers starting top side. No. Why starting actually? She started bot side and she's like trying to. She's like having a free camp clear, where she now could theoretically gank, but I'm not entirely sure where she wanna gank, honestly, because like Vamo can just be safe, you know. There's nothing to do there. He's anyways getting pushed in already, you know. So not entirely sure, but Vasos plan here was with this jungle pathing. Shyvana will just get more CS here and quicker, but obviously it's like really beneficial to her because before her level 6 she's kind of weak. Probably also will lose or would lose the 1v1 to buy here before 6. But after 6 she's really strong, so her finding like a tempo advantage here is like really, really good for Neo and Maze Gaming as a whole. Else it looks a bit like expected, you know. In lane leads are like pushed, like, you know, especially bot lane has a big lead right now already, put down. He's also getting a bit under pressured here in the mid lane. He's a melee champion against the rage champion, and I think Ari is kind of like, it's obviously a matchup that Cytus can play, but you just see it, Right now it's really tough, If you don't find all in windows, it's really tough. We also see Shyvana is like just dropping the bot scuttle. She has no prio there, so there's nothing to do. The bot lane should be fine from Mace Gaming. They should not be in a position where they can be ganked. They should also be aware that Vi is on their assets, so should be quite chill. And if that, I think Shyvana is like, she can immediately do her next camps as well. So it's like, has found a really good jungle clear, I wanna say. But I think Warsa's jungle clear, I kind of hate. As a jungler myself, I don't think it is a good one, but maybe proved us wrong. Right now, it doesn't really look like it. There's also no invade window where he can find or anything. Besides that, every lane is kind of going like completely chill. The HP bars are all full. As I just said, Shuhari is like completely alone. I'm not sure. He tried to cancel backs, maybe? No, they already have reset it. I'm not sure what he wanted to do there. Maybe cancel. Oh, he wanted to cancel Ux's backboard. But he's not really. Oh, he got hit by it, but he still was in base. Kind of funny. Escapes here and walks into the mid lane. But you can see he's really slow. He has no home guards because he got hit by Leona. It's kind of funny. Home guards a big reason why we also see this the support roaming so much. I think home guards is a big reason for this. Because they can be really quick on the map. Let's see. Bart is not Bart. The Braum is now mid lane. But I don't think they can do much here. You can just give Alone a bit more safety here. Needs to be now careful. He's just running at him. How I do feel about this draft, I think I like May's draft more. I think, in generally, I think 9ZG's draft is definitely playable and has a lot of potential. But Warsaw just didn't, like last game on Afiri, there were a lot of situations where Warsaw just dove too deep into the enemy team. And I think, if he's like comfortable, if like going too deep, then I think Vi is like the perfect champion to go too deep again. So I think I have the suspicion that if Warsaw is not, locking in this game, he could just have a real stinker on the Vi. Maybe though he has already played one game of on a champion that is like playing like this, like going deep in. So maybe he's now locked in for it. Oops, on the other side, he's again target of aggression, but he can just leave. It's fine. We're having here, so let's see. A bit of aggression around. The Dragon Alone needs to be careful here. He's on a target. Hitsu finds him. He can never get away. Easy first blood here for the side of Mace Gaming. They can even look for more. Sadly, Neo still has no ultimate. With that, Alone again. This is like exactly what I have said. 9G, they're just looking like, I don't know what happened in game 2, but like there's solo laners. Not necessarily Nate, but like Alone and Fix, they're just, I don't know. They're just permanently out of position. Also too. They still get the dragon here, but Alone dying to Silas is like really bad. Because Silas, as long as he's not getting a kill, it's fine. The Ari can control him, can like do a bit of range stuff, poke him, he loses CS and stuff. Now when he like starts to getting kills, when the gold rolls in, he's like, just out, just starts to drive ahead. Yeah, I agree. On MTV. I think like this, like he's still on this game. Also, what we always see is like he's getting his assassin champions getting banned. Like every game, 9ZG is banning 2 assassins against him. So I think he's probably very comfortable on the Silas. And I think if there is a game where he can take over, especially because Alone looks like so, so bad, honestly. Today. I'm not sure what it is, because Alone is like a really good player, don't get me wrong. He's definitely potentially one of the best mid laners in the whole league. But he just today not today he just looks really out of it. Is a lot of times out of position. But let's see. Maybe they can find a way back into the game here. This evening is still young, you could say. You know, only 2 games played already. Even if this game is over, there are still potentially 2 more games to be played. So even if Alone right now is not in it yet, he can still find a way back into the series. Needs to be careful though here. Shohari is always around his, so they're looking. This is a really strong mid support duo because they can just play so aggressive and we see it. First objective is secured here. First grab is secured by the Shyvana. Probably the other grabs will be secured by Shyvana as well. Or like by whole mains gaming. It's not just Shyvana anymore. Mm. Interesting to see what Neo will do on the Shyvana. I think Shyvana is a really strong champion. Right now, I have played her myself in recent times a lot because I have seen Grell in the LRN played it, and he like completely won behind this with this champion. And I played Shyvana a lot in solo Q2, and this champion just feels really strong right now. Like you can easily completely take over games with this champion. So if you're a jungler yourself and you have not played a lot of Shyvana, maybe you should try. Now potential team fight. Wasser goes in here, but again, maybe too deep. He still cannot find his mark, but first kill is now secured by Neo. But Neo is easily return killed. Now let's see why ultimate use. Vicium has to flash away and dash away. He's still going in, but he probably cannot find Alone. If the 2-shot barrage would hit here, that would have been crazy. But in the end, Vicium is taken out away as well. And yeah, NCG just wins the fight quite unceremoniously here. And Vasa, a player that I just have hated a lot, just getting 2 kills here as well. So did well here in this fight. And I think, like, honestly, I think I don't really like Silas Vi ultimate too much. I mean, we have seen it in this situation. It kind of the issue with the Vi ultimate. Yes, you get yes, you fly in. Yes, you deal like yes, you knock up. But like I think the ultimate does not really scale with AP. I'm not sure how it goes with Silas, but you know, it just it doesn't really look too scary. I have to look. I wanna shortly. I will be a bit absent from the casting right now because I want to look how Silas ultimate actually works. Because I'm only knowing that he steals the ultimate, but I want to know how the damage actually works. Ah. Okay. So the thing is, if the ability has no AP scaling, then he converts it into AP scaling, but it is a bit less. I think for Vi ultimate here, it is like only it's only like 40% AP scaling, honestly. So like the Vi ultimate is actually really bad for him because he cannot really deal damage with it. Yeah, but it is only total AD is 60%. It is like only 40% because it's bonus AD. So it's like actually really bad. Because usually abilities that scale with total AD have like less scaling than abilities that scale with bonus AD. Because bonus scaling AD is the scaling is often a bit more. So for him working the other way around, it's a bit makes sense. But you know the Vi ultimate only dealing a little bit of damage for him here. So maybe if he finds another ultimate there, it would have been looked better. But it's okay. Mates gaming now on the dragon. Teleport is now used by Vamo. He will secure this objective. We also have a Shyvana ultimate that makes this fight potentially still play. But they could still look forward here, in my opinion. And they have all their ultimates, but they don't really find a way in. It's kind of hard against Brom Ari, you know. They can just kite backwards. They also didn't know where Nate were, you know, and he was kind of looking, so. Mace Gaming, though, securing an objective themselves here, really good for them, so. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Fix here on the mid wave. Has a lot of CS. 120. I think Alone also is great. Like all of the laners here have crazy CS. Even the junglers. Oh, now though, Shuhari, he has not crazy CS. He might will die. So Vice for now. Nate is getting 0 damage by Ezreal. Kinda crazy. But still has no Trinity Force or anything. You know, first items just will get in here shortly. You have bought 2 like start items, is a bit behind on the time because of it, but we see for Silver the same, you know. She also has not finished her first item yet, so we have to wait. We have to wait. How can this game continue now? Hisu is looking forward. He's stealing the Adi ultimate, but Leon has an ultimate of himself. Can get away with it. It's not taken out here. And the game is just a bit stable, I would say. Nothing too crazy happens here. Next neutral objective spawning is then Harald in 130. That will be probably pretty interesting for both teams. Ooh, he's so now died. We haven't seen it, but 3 members were used. Probably not much he can do there. Overstays a bit and gets punished for it immediately. And with 9 that's taking another kill. For Varsol people. He has also a Triforce on the way. Triforce is definitely how do I say this? You know, they're going for fix here under the turret, but Neo's ultimate is not really finding anything. Very over ambitious here, I wanna say. And this Shyvana ultimate won't be available for the Harald play. I mean, depends how the camps are respawning, honestly. But here we see again. I mean, he kind of just saw. I mean, he had vision. He just reacted far too late here, even if he even reacted at all. But yeah, I think this Harald is now spawning in 30 seconds, and Shyvana's like very far away from her ultimate again. So 9ZG will be probably in a better position for this situation here. Let's see. Ultimate is now in from Silas. Again, it deals no damage, but at least the C is used. But they also have no Shyvana ultimate, so it kind of doesn't matter, you know. The Stolen by ultimate does actually 0 damage. And then Shyvana also having no ultimate, kind of tough. Let's see. So the situation 9G, they're feeling really confident here. They want to invade. They're looking for more. Nice charm into freeze. Shuhari. Okay, Warsaw going into the turret. Oh no, it is a classic Warsaw. I said it in draft again that I don't believe into this draft just because Warsaw is just having a tendency for going way too deep, and he immediately throws his shutdown down the drain. Ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. This was like really bad here. And ICG, they feel so comfortable because they know, yeah, Shyvana has no ultimate, we can go really deep, and they're still looking for it. So, like, they're still at an advantage. Nate just killing Hitsu here. But getting a turret as well, so still in the, I think, after all, still a situation where I would say, you know, kind of good, you know, for 9ZG, but, you know, Warsaw, I don't know. I think what I think is kind of funny about is like a lot of jugglers that play in the LRS are not crazy good. You know, I think if you look at the LRN, there in LRN you have like a lot of crazy jugglers. You know, Gato is looking crazy. We have Dimitri Grell completely going insane. And then like on the top teams, I mean, and then we have like on the top teams of the top 4 teams of the LRS, we have players like Mantorte and Varsol that kind of looking like, I don't know, you know? I'm not saying that they're bad players, but they have a lot of not that great performances. And let me think the other junglers that we have. So we have still Gangs on Golden Lions, and we have Neo. And I think Neo is okay, but he's also not too crazy. And Gangs is like, I think Gangs is theoretically a really good player, but he has like, Gangs might be bad, guys. So, maybe the LRS is actually, they kind of need crazy junglers, to come back. And it's actually kind of interesting to like think about because if you're like thinking about the right now, uh, most the best players of all Latam. If you think about this for a moment, who comes to mind? Jose Diodo, Argentinian, like Latam South player, and Odi, Peru, also Latam South player. So yeah, I think it's crazy if you like think about like how top heavy the jungle role is in Latam. So so it's kind of funny, because also I think Grell and Dimitri they're also looking crazy strong right now. So I think they're like four so good junglers, and then there's like kind of a gap, honestly, to the others. Now it must be said that Varsa's team is still on an advantage, and he still has a good game. Yes, he had this one stinker play where he just sent it too deep, but let's see, alone. His ultimate getting stolen, and he uses this as well. Shuhari now goes in. He still finds it. This could be a great angle for Shibana ultimate, but they're saving it. They don't really need it. Securing here kill as we speak. Though they lost the dragon, I think. Did they got it? No, they lost the dragon here. No, the dragon wasn't even up. Sorry. I was a bit in thinking about who is a good youngler. So yeah, I think so too. I think like I mean, it kind of depends on how Ari Vi is playing, but right now only Varso is like getting like they're playing. I think okay together, but only like Vi is getting anything out of it. And yes, we can say yeah, Silas is 1-3, looks like an Inter, but he's like gold even. So it kind of doesn't matter that he's so behind in like kills because kills KDA doesn't matter. And I think especially Neo, yes, he's behind Warsaw, but Warsaw is playing Vi. He's like not a crazy scaling champion. So I think the longer this game goes, the easier it will be for Mace, but there's still potential. There's still potential for 9ZG to find Mace Gaming off guard, to just push advantages themselves. Because they have, for example, Silver that can do a fantastic game here. The Cassandra also can like do a lot here, I think. If he's like playing it correctly. And Nate is a really, really good mechanical player. One of the best ones in LRS. So if one can do it, then him. Now is a turret, another turret secured. And while there are a lot of dooming in chat here for Mace Gaming right now, still 9ZG, they're pushing every lead they have. Warsaw again. I don't know. My boy Warsaw has not it's not his best day, I wanna say. A bit tough. But it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you have driver's license, sometimes you don't. That is totally fine. He looks here in for a 1v1 against Shuhari. He has backup alone, he hits his charm, and Shuhari, his protoplasm procs, he uses flash, but can he get away? His ultimate now used. Oh, alone, he cannot finish him. Gets away. Uses both his Summoner spells, though. On the other side, yeah, they use ultimates, but those have less cooldown, so it's fine. Let's see. Let's see. Game is still like basically that if Mira has a gold lead, 3k, but like if you look at the items, it kind of don't matter. Both AD carries having 2 items. Mid lane, yeah, the Silas is right now an item behind, but it's like his next reset, he will get it. Jungle is also like, both having 2 items. Top lane both having 2 items. So even though there is a gold lead, it kind of doesn't matter right now. Histo having only 1 item could be mattering right now because the dragon is now spawning. So Mace theoretically not in the best position. Let's see. It is a blue buff that is contested here. Smite is used by Vasor, so there's no smite immediately. He's going in here. This could be very deep. Blastcon is now used. Nate on the flank here. Teleport is coming. Vamo is now reaching. He's going immediately in with a flamethrower, trying to deal damage to Nate, but his teleport shield is still too great. Same though for Vamo. His teleport shield is also still really, really big. And now let's see. 9ZG, they're going really deep, but they can allow it, you know. Equalizer now hitting great, but now he's to finally finds in the Shyvana ultimate is also great, and it looked like Maze Gaming they cannot really find a window in, but finally they fought a great window in. It took them a while, but Silas flew in. Shyvana ultimate made behind and like all on top of each other. Nice find here from the Silas. He's though dead, you know, he died. Oh, I hope it is only the YouTube video, the stream. I think it's not me, right? It's not me, okay. Let's see. And with that, the dragon is still contested. Vasa could look for a steal, but he cannot find it. The solar blade gets alone. Vasa tries to get time here for his mid laner, but his mid laner is still not out of it. Tries to run another stun, another solar blade. He has to flash even. Getting a flash out of alone is really good here. So crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, alone. Maybe finds a support catch here, but Shahadi can just leave. And with that, I think in general, better position here for Maze Gaming. They finally find a great fight. They find also a great dragon now. It is again a Shemtech soul. I think Shemtech dragons again, they are really valuable because there are a lot of champions that want to go deep, that want to take damage, you know. So we have like, for example, a Rumble, for example. He goes really close, he goes melee, you know. He wants to fight long fights, you know. He will get damage. Same for the Shyvana, you know. She will be in the same position. Silas will be in the same position. And Leona, they all will heavily profit from the they will all heavily profit from the Shemtech soul. On the other side, though, it's like, you know, they would still profit from a Shemtech soul, but I think it would be not as devastating. 9ZG, you know, yeah, like, you know, do you have champions that go deep in, you know, they will lose HP eventually, but it's not the same. I think Maze Gaming just, in general, just more close and personal comp here. And they have a lot of champions that also like long fights, you know. Long fights where you can maybe make a lot of value out of the buff. The damage reduction and damage increase after dropping below 50% HP. But for now, this is music of the future. None of those teams is like close to a soul. There's still at least 10 more minutes, more like 11 more minutes. Well, I'm actually not that much, like more like 8 more minutes before we would be in a position where any of those teams can get a soul. But I think both teams, they would, like, especially in Maze Gaming, they will kind of look to it now. I think there also looks like they can win team fights already. You know, their team fighting is really strong. So, getting a position around their objective will be really beneficial because it forces the enemy team usually to either cross-map or fight. And in LATAM, most teams are choosing fighting than cross-mapping. So, though the Nash is on the map, you know, and they have an AD carry. We're going in here. Shuhari finds, though the Solar Eclipse is not finding anything. Neo is now really deep, has to use his ultimate defensive, but he's probably not out of it yet. Now the Equalizer is doing work, but Neo is now down. He's in the backline though, but he's kind of 1v4, gets taken out, and they're finding it. 9ZG, they're just finding Neo out of position. And Histu, he tries to fight back, but after Shyvana already died, it's quite high to play. And yeah, with that, Nash now probably secured for 9ZG Gaming. Yeah. Oh, Shuhei goes in, but there's no jungler, you know? This is kind of uncontestable. I think Shohari will just die. There's nothing they can do. Vamo and Visium, they need to be careful too. At least Vamo will die. Visium will get away. Two-shot barrage is hitting the targets, but not really doing enough. And now let's see, what can this 9ZG roster get out of this Nash buff? What can they get? What can they get here from this? It's really unlucky. I still think like Mace Gaming, if they play 5v5, they just would win. But they didn't play 5v5. They, how do you say? They just didn't, you know? They just, oh yeah, our Shivana got caught. And then Silas said, yeah, our Shivana has dead already, so I go in. And then the other three says, yeah, well, two of our players are already dead, but we still go in, you know? Just starting a bit of a death spiral. And now with the Nash, they kind of have to lock in immediately and stop this death spiral at any cost, you know? Stop bleeding too much. Yes, they will obviously bleed now because there is a Nash buff secured and they have a Sivir that is like really good at sieging. Let's see. First turret is losing some platings. Also, the mid lane turret is getting attacked by a cannon minion. So both of these turrets will die. Histo on the sideline. He's actually cross-mapping one turret, but it will not matter. Neo, again, he tried to clear the wave. Couldn't really get it. Needs to use ultimate defensively. This is actually kind of unlucky because this now makes the... Oh my god, Nate finds a crazy play, Lithium. Though he gets away with it. Uses both of his summoner spells for it. But 2 inhibs for 9ZG now secured and also a free dragon for them too, because Shivana has no ultimate anymore. So theoretically it could have played for an exit dragon, but they decided against it. They're respawning here, resetting. They're not at any time pressure anyway, so might as well just reset. Then, like, there's a Shadow Flame secured for Ari. It's the only major item that they're gaining, but they're still ahead here. Like, you can see, like, top lane is one item ahead. You have jungle an item ahead. You know, you have mid lane an item ahead. Both AD carries are quite equal, but the Sivir still has, like, she's in a really strong position now because she already has Infinity Edge and armor penetration and like crit cloak, so she's like at 80% crit. So really tough. And Fix still have both summoner spells. It will be really hard to win right now for Mace Gaming anything. They kind of have to hit a perfect team fight where 9ZG is also doing something wrong. They're still pushing here. They have 2 open inhibs now, so attacking top lane will be relatively easy because they have 2 lanes that automatically pushes anyways. Let's see. There's no neutral objective on the map right now, so the only thing they can leverage is their automatic push with the super minions. And right now they're trying to get this top lane turret, but the super minion waves are not really in it right now, so there's a lot of defense here. But this first turret cannot be defended either way because they just don't have a wave for themselves. 2-shot barrage here doesn't really even do anything. Again. And now they're attacking the inhibitor turret. The other waves are not synced. Oh! A great play by Nate again. But Neo just finds his ultimate now. Also, maybe was to DPS Guardian Angel. Even if he dies here, it's not too bad. He will re-revive. But this could be really tough. First kill now secured. Vision is also too low. It's the carry. And with the carry being so low, it's hard to play. Histo is in the backline. He tries to find a flank, but he cannot. And if this 9ZG runs over, Histo actually finds a kill. But so many members of this Mace roster are already dead. Neo is like 1 HP, will lose his dragon form any moment too, but they kind of have to fight here. Histo and Neo, they have to walk in if they want to find something. Histo is now going in, finds Braum, but Braum is only support, kind of doesn't matter. On the other side, Neo is just getting slain. Histo, they also not getting the support, and 9ZG, they're securing themselves the game here. Especially, even though Warsaw still had some, like, 2 moments where he was really inting, I think overall he played really well. And I think another thing that is, like, mention worthy is, like, how alone find the... Wait. Yeah. I think, like, you know, it's not just the stars in the line. I think they had everything they needed, and then they just inted it away. You know, there was their jungler Neo just got caught. You know that can happen. It was a bad situation because he got caught, like, you know, kind of in front of Nash. Like, Nash was like 40 seconds on the clock. So getting caught there is already bad. But it's not an excuse for his team to say, ah, well, jungler inted. Let's all just one by one and die as well. And this kind of put them on the back foot because they're not just losing the Nash anymore and jungler. They're losing a Nash. They immediately lost a turret too, and they lost like the whole team. So then there's like on a disadvantage already, and this gives like Maze Gaming, not Maze, this gives 9G then the opportunity to just use the Snash really well to get a lot more gold, and then the game is just one of a sudden is completely unplayable, even if they would hit a perfect team fight. Nonetheless, we have a series here. 9GG is now on match point, but we will have one more break here at least, maybe two, depending if Maze Gaming can find a way back into the game. Maybe we have silver scrapes, maybe not. Regardless, be right back.
2-1 se pone el marcador, Julio, a favor de 9Z. Compañero, las cosas se ponen interesantes, ya que los drafts, ahora sí que sí, me gustó lo que mostró Mace, pero no estuvo resultando y esto me preocupa para ellos.
Hello, I have returned. 9ZD is now on match point 2-1 the series right now. Soon we will go into a fourth game, but for now we will watch about some of the highlights of last game. Here I think this was like, here I thought actually like, 9ZG will just get rolled. Alone like really looked bad, but then the next fight, immediately they kind of bounced back. Alone here even surviving. Double kill here for the Y2. This fight was one where I thought, oh, Mace Gaming, maybe they can find it because this fight was basically perfect. It took them a while to find this engage, but when they fought it, but then here, Neo is just getting caught here. And now, like, after Neo died, the Silas is just completely sending it, and he's just dying as well. And then they are taking Nash, getting aced again, and here, at this point, the game was already kind of lost. Yes, it looks here like a bit like, it looks for the beginning, yeah, maybe they can, but no, they can't. There's nothing they can do. They're just getting rolled here. Apparently we have, we are like some seconds delayed here. I'm sorry, I cannot have it on live. If I have it on live, it's always lagging. I don't know. It will stop being live, but then we are like some seconds behind, only 1-2. Here we can see the game stats. I think this was the more dominant game. I think the other games were kind of back and forth. But this game was really dominant, I think, from kind of start to finish. There were some blunders from 9GZ, but a game where they had control over most of it, and then they also kind of decisively won. We can see here in the goals graph there was this one moment where they find this one fight that kind of looked good, but then they immediately just throw it back. I remember one person in the chat said after like a fight that Mace Gaming won. Now they have the momentum or something, they said, and then boom, immediately they throw it back and lost the game here. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't have really more to say here. This game was just, just a blast, honestly, and we will jinx here. We will see how Mage Gaming still can bounce back, I believe in them, I think also one thing I want to mention, I think the Silas, I think in 2 fights he took like the Y ultimate that was completely useless. The 2 fights they lost, where I think like maybe if Silas just does not take Y ultimate, instead finds a different ultimate, then maybe they can do more. But yeah, sadly they couldn't. Sadly they did not find more. But there's a new game, you have always, in series like this, if you go like game 4 or 5, it can be really stressful. You also always have to say to yourself, okay, mental reset, like play it like game 1. You have to free yourself from the burden of knowing that this is a series, this game 4 or 5. Some people always also like, if this is like, if you're back at a wall, some people thrive under it. Some people like, they have fire in them in such moments, and some people just get unnecessary stress. Whatever for a person I think most people, they just need to, take a step back, and play your best, in a way of, don't look at the series as a whole, just look at the game, There's one game. We play now one game, Like Mace Gaming, obviously they need to win 2 games, but right now they have to go into this game 4 and they just say, okay, this is just a game. We have won against 9ZG many times before. We can just win one more game, Just win one more game. On chill, Don't stress it, just play your game. Don't make it overconfident. And I think especially in Mace Gaming's position, like obviously they have to bounce back here. They have just had kind of disaster game, you know. But we have seen it, you know. Even those game, I think 9 made enough mistakes that you can bounce back. So right now they just have to say, hey, you know, just focus on, you know, don't making mistakes, punishing enemies' mistakes, and play it like chill, you know. This is the way that Mates Gaming can find a way back into the series. On the other side, 9ZG Gaming, I think, not gaming, Globant, sorry, 9ZG Globant. They just had, that's just a fantastic game, you know? Might as well just keep the aggression, keep maybe, just picking like good champions. I think Varsaw actually, besides like one big blunder, I think he played really well. So, I definitely would believe that he can bounce back. Not bounce back, but he can do it maybe again, you know? We have criticized him like for the Nafiri game a lot, but on the Valley game he looked kind of unlocked, so might as well just give him a champion again that can play early game skirmishes really well. I'm not sure what is open right now. We have to wait for draft. We have seen, I think we've seen already. Wukong is still open, but he's not that crazy good on it. But it's still fine, you know? I think in general, like Wukong, Xinjiao is still open. I think Nocturne technically is still open. Something like this could be picked. But we have to wait. We have to wait. Game should start any moment now. I think we have a slight delay. I'm not entirely sure how the rule set is working, but I think they have like 15 minutes time. You know, maybe one of the teams needs a bit more time right now. What is okay. You know, maybe they have technical issues. Let's hope not. Let's just hope they take a bit more time to mentally and also just mentally, but also in general prepare for the series. Again, it's upper bracket of the LRS. Whoever wins will face Golden Lions. Whoever loses will face Malvinas Gaming. And with that, we are actually immediately going into the draft. Let me just mute this and activate our draft music. And with that, we are in it. Locke again banned against Mace Gaming. Hitsu on the Assassin Champions, feeling confident. Akali now banned as well. On the other side, we see again Varus Jace ban. Technically, you know, technically can play Jace bot lane too, you know, but I think only the Varus is the flex pick. So let's see, Mace Gaming on the first pick here. A lot of champions banned, but some are still open. Camille, for example, is still open, not yet banned. Could be a champion that you want to lock in first. But we have to wait, have to see. Maybe 9ZG is also banning it here. It was banned every game before, so I would just assume that they will ban it here too. Yep, it is banned, and now they have to find something else. There's not too crazy stuff open, and I would say, yes, you have to first pick it. So it goes a bit more about like what they want to play comfort. It is a Jarvan first pick. Generally speaking, Jarvan is like one of the junglers that is still open. It is really good, but the Jarvan first pick always enables the enemy team to pick like champions where Jarvan is like completely useless against it and cannot find any value. So 9ZG definitely has potential here to answer and make the game for Neo hell. Aurora now, Havard. Aurora would be one of these champions when Jarvan just cannot do much against them because she can just avoid everything. And on the other side, Wukong would be classic answer into Jarvan. I have seen and played this matchup 100 times before. Xinjiao goes into the same direction, though I like Wukong more right now, but I think definitely Xinjiao also playable. So let's see what Warsaw is feeling more confident on. Besides here for the Wukong, I think good decision. Really strong champion, especially against Jarvan. You can cancel the EQ with your ultimate and stuff. On the other side, we have now Syndra. Covered at least. I don't know how the matchup is, Syndra Aurora. We haven't seen it before, I think. But cannot be that bad, though I think Syndra is relatively vulnerable here against Wukong Aurora. If she's playing bad. Oh, Mace Gaming, the Shuhari Pike special is locked in. Really early Pike, I must say. But the thing is, what can you really play that is crazy good against it, you know? Like champions like Ezreal are already out, you know? So I think Zaya could be okay. But let's see what they're answering. They could pick also support here. Would be also an option. Yep, deciding for Rakan here. I think Rakan again is against all of the champions that are already picked. He's quite fine. Obviously, Saya will probably be banned. But I would not like Saya too much anyways, because yes, the Feather Storm is quite nice, but when you're like, you're not flying out of the Jarvan ultimate, if you're Feather Storming inside the Jarvan ultimate, you're still inside the Jarvan ultimate. So, but generally the champion really likes to get dove. But let's see. Sorry, I had a sound bug, I was confused. Let's see what is next on the menu here. The bans. Now the ban. Mates Gaming had first pick, so now it's probably a blind pick that they don't want to deal with. Not because it's like crazy good, but probably because, Nate wants probably something crazy here. Crazy counter pick, crazy value. So taking now away is definitely not a bad thing. I would not wonder if they take another support out. They could also ban an AD carry, but Syndra might be AD carry for all we know, so it's a bit tough. I think banning top laners is definitely a bit easier, but maybe they find something that they really don't want to play against. Let's see. Annie is now taken out. A champion that Hitsu has actually played. We haven't seen her in a while. Has fallen a bit out of the meta. Not by getting nerfed, I think, just by getting the meta changed. A lot more tanky champions were meta, like Ryze, Cassiopeia, when he's not that good against. So she's fallen a bit out of it. But tanky champions all gone now on a span as well. Would have been really well good into the with the team comp of 9ZG, but let's see. They could delay AD carry too, but I think picking AD carry here is the correct call. Yeah, deciding Lucian. Lucian is, I think, good. I think like Lucian, Luke von Rakan is not the bot lane we know Lucian for. But like against Pyke, against Jarvan, you have a lot of potential. And generally, I think it's crazy how Lucian Prio dropped so hard. Like this champion, you have just seen it. He has 9 wins, 3 losses. He was like so pick and bun, for like a week, 2 weeks. And then he was just pushed, poof, away. No one picks him anymore. But we are finally in it, We are finally in it. We see Talia here. Could go bot lane, could go mid lane. I think in both positions she's fine. Let's see what the top lane blind pick will be. I think I don't know actually, what can you pick blind here? Renekton? Yeah, Renekton is okay. But Renekton has crazy counter picks. The Vayne though already gone. Varus is already gone. You could theoretically pick Queen, it's really good, but I don't think we will see it. Volibear now Havard. I'm not sure how this matchup is, so... But Volibear was Havard by Ux before too, so maybe it's just an Ux Havard thingy. Let's see. I don't think Quinn would be good for the comp here either. So I really doubt we see that. Gwendo could work. Definitely. Zahin, oh okay, Zahin would be crazy good. Yeah, Zahin I like too. Is picked now. Both top laners have played it once. Kinda the only ones. One other top laner has played it as well. But Zahin is kinda a secret pick here. Finds a way into this game 4. Then I think 9ZG's team comp is I really like it. It has a lot of aggression and no of these champions cares about Jarvan, honestly. But it's really good. Really important here in this draft as well. So nice. With that, we will soon go into the game. I think Mace Gaming, they also still have potential, They have a crazy one-shot potential and stuff. A lot of their champions have a lot of peak potential, peak power and stuff. Killing the first target can be super easy. Especially because 9ZG, they don't really have a tank or someone that can tank for a long time. I mean, Zahin can theoretically, but if he's just a C-chain, he will die before the revive can be even procced. So let's see in what direction this game goes. I personally would say this game, they have Pike. What are they even saying? What are they even speaking about? I think if Shuhari has a crazy game, this game is like good playable for it's like a really good game for Mace. But if the Pike will be useless, then it's just 4v5, So let's see how Shuhari can go into the game. He has a lot of potential. This should be fun. Yeah, I agree. This will be actually really fun because, you go in, there will be a lot of action, a lot of back and forth, maybe, a lot of crazy plays, and then it will be also over. I don't think this game will go for long. If one team is losing, they will lose fast, probably. So let's see. We are going into game 4 here. Second day of players for the LRS. 9ZG against Mace Gaming. Mace Gaming already on the back foot. Globant, they are on the match point here, and we see something crazy. We see a Pike. So Mace Gaming, they're really putting it on Shuhari to carry this game. Shuhari is known for his Pike, so it sparks confidence here. Misses the first hook though. Oh, an email pause. Missed the hook into pause immediately. Ay, 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 ay. Let's hope this Pike is a pick of confidence and not a pick of desperation, Let's see. Game continues. I expect some early game aggression, at least on Pike, but it could also be that like the first, until the champion's hitting level 6, it could be also pretty boring. But I definitely have the potential to be a bloodthirsty game even before 6. So we have to see. We have to see. I do not know how, especially how the lanes will go, because these are like a lot of matchups that we rarely see. In the best of 3 league phase, we have seen those matchups not. Syndra is also picked that just that rose in priority just recently in the LATAM scene. And we have another pause. There's some technical issues. We don't know who has them, but someone is really struggling. But the game is immediately continuing again, so let's hope that those issues can also be fixed. I think in bot lane, I think Lucian should have early prio because it's just better push, More range kinda too. More damage as well, on the minions. It's auto texture steal more. So bot lane should have always prio. On mid lane, I do not know. Neither do I know on top lane, but it seems like Renekton has early game prio at least. I think at some point the Zahin will have outscaled the Renekton and have more prio, but this point has to be reached first. Oh, nice Scatter the Weak, but there's no hope from Shuhari there anymore. So it will just be Scatter the Weak that hits Fix, dealing a lot of damage to him. But it's okay, nothing too major yet. Using his pot, and fine he is. In mid lane, we see both mid laners, they're kind of pushing back and forth, Oh no, we see finally a situation where Fighted alone just gets comboed here, losing a lot of HP, but he's fighting back, but can't really find it. Histo is winning this trade. Minion-wise, though, the Aurora is 4 CS side, So it's okay. On top lane, we also see Vamu has an early game lead just as expected. Neo is now securing bot scuttle with help of his mid prio. And Warsaw has to go for the top scuttle. Mace cannot really look at bot lane, I think. It's too deep in. I'm still looking though. This could be a dive, depending on Shuhari's hook. But Ux can just dodge it away with his E. Easy peasy, you could say. Let's see. The 9ZG bot lane plays this well. They're really carefully here, knowing that the jungler is there of the enemy team, so they're just chilling. Else we see both junglers running top lane and they're pinging too. But I think they will look for their camps first. So there's probably also nothing happening too much. So we see like, we see a bit of like back and forth, especially on bot lane, and mid lane too. We see like also on every lane, we see back and forth. But it is like, really hard to assume who's actually winning this yet. Shohari now looks really deep, finds a hook. Oops, he's not really re-engaging with his own knockup. So we still have to wait. I think the level 6 power spikes will be the next opportunity where we could maybe see some action around the neutrals. I think before that, we will probably not see anything more than, I don't know, how do you say, the little toddler fights they have. They're punching each other, but it doesn't hurt. It's like toddlers fighting. Nothing really crazy happens here. There's also no major advantage on any lane. Yes, we see like top lane is like a big advantage right now, but the wave is also like Zahin is still clearing the wave. So, I mean, it is like, no, he's still clearing the wave. It's not that big. The CS leads are only minor matchup favored, I would say. Let's see. Shohari is looking mid lane again, but the earth flip of Talia does not hit it. And Neo is now looking here in, but he's maybe too deep. He has no flag, by the way. His flag is on cooldown right now, but he has backup from Shohari and his Syndra is also teleporting. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Support Ux, he has to flash away, gets away for now. Ultimate is used for the mid lane here. First kill for Alone. Yeah, and Talia ultimate in this situation is quite useless, and this is exactly what I say. On the first level 6, we will see the action, and I think Mace Gaming, they're just not respecting that they basically have no ultimate, because Talia ultimate in this situation is basically not a spell, while Aurora ultimate dealt quite a lot of damage, securing Alone the kill. And yeah, really nice here. Over-aggression from Mace, just disrespecting their position. Lucian has to bleed now a lot of CS though, so at least that is something you would say. Can now step up to at least get a XP, but nothing more will happen. Have you seen a solo kill? Oh, also died. I haven't seen who, how. But Vamu took the kill, so he probably roamed down. Vason generally one of these players that likes to overstep. Same for Neo though. Over of these junglers are really fans of stepping over, so let's see. Objective is now like next neutral objective that spawns is 1 minute the grab, so Dragon is not on attention right now. I think the only team that really has damage for it is like 9ZG, but they kind of right now don't have the position to do it. Alone now needs to be careful. Immediately flash the ultimate here. Does not wait a second there to get CC chained. I think good for him. Finds a great position here. Now we see Ux against Vision. But Ux is like sidestepping like crazy. Wait. Can he win this? Wait. No, he cannot win. Oh, bro, no way. Ux just 40 can't win. No way. And now Lucian is coming, but there's nothing he can do anymore. Vision just gets a free kill, honestly. There's nothing Fix can do anymore, and important kill here. Now Vossa again is on the menu. He's using his ultimate, but he's very deep. Has no backup. Oh, he finds no kill after his two flashed. Kind of fail flash. 1-for-1 trade, even though Vossa was kind of out of position. And I think both teams, they're throwing slack at each other. They're like really not playing any clean anymore. Every fight kind of looks like, every situation is kind of, one team is inting, I want to say, It's not really out of greatness. It's more like a bit of int and overstay and overconfidence. Oh, nice hook here from Shohari. Secures himself a kill. Objective now also secured by Mace Gaming. It's all three of them too. So, really good. Renekton right now still on a leading position against the Zahin, so he can probably make use of those Haralds. Syndra could technically also make use of them. You have to see. Dragon is now getting pinged by Mace Gaming as well. So it seems like they kind of want to fight around it. They're not sure if not 9GG is maybe on it already. But they're taking the position very conservative. They're not stepping up too far, not really doing anything. Now Shohari looks for another hook. Cannot really find it, but I still have a jungler that is not on vision right now. Instead of the weakest stone used now. Doesn't find anything, and with that the situation is relaxing. But Mace Gaming is finding themselves on a slight lead. Though it is nothing too major yet, there's definitely still potential for 9ZG to bounce back into this game. The pressure, though, is on Mace Gaming. If they lose this is the it for the series. They're going into the lower bracket. And 9ZG, they still, even if they lose this, they have one more game. They can kind of chill a bit. Their date with Golden Lions is basically both abilities here. Barely missing fix, honestly. Let's see. Still a slow game here. The dragon is not at attention for anyone now. 9ZG is pinging it at least. Let's see if we will find anything there. Zahin is also like bouncing back into the CS department, by the way. No, actually, I mean a bit. Let's see, he's fighting. He has no item yet. Eclipse already secured for Vamu. And he's just completely dominating this matchup right now. Again, Nate counterpicked the Zahin here. But so far, he's not yet there. I think, after 1-2 items, he should win. Probably, but, Vamu doing a great job keeping the aggression now. Varsor is going deep again. Shohari could look here, but Alone is there too. So is Ux. But they're just collapsing on Ux, but he can just easily leave here. Use his flash, but I think he could have just... they could have played it in a way where he doesn't even need to flash there, so... Mace Gaming, they can, not really find anything out of that. The camp is secured by Warsor. So... Still game is so... quiet. We are 11th minute. It's still the first dragon. Now we finally will see some action around it. With the reset of 9ZG Gaming, I think this should be a free objective for the side of Mace. Let's see. First items are now starting to come in. We have Eclipse and Ludens on the side of Mace Gaming. On the other side, we have only Storm Surge yet. So 9ZG definitely a bit behind right now in this moment. What probably is also the reason why the dragon is so easily secured and 9ZG is not really having the tempo to contest. But again, I think in this game they are not on the I don't want to say that their team is not good in early mid game. Their team is obviously good in early mid game. But I think they're not forced to go crazy with it. Because enemy team has Pike, so they have to prove themselves. Shohari has to prove that this game deserves to go long. Now Nate is in danger. Oh, nice play here from Shohari. Is ulting first to secure to close the gap, and then securing his hook for to force the flash 100% out of Nate. Really nice play from him here. Burning the flash of the top laner, but he's still losing against this Renekton. So with not having flash, he needs to be playing very careful. The hook is just going through the minutes, and Nate, I just wanted to say he needs to be careful, but he is just not kill secured here for the side of 9ZG, for Mace Gaming. On the other side, Varsor, though, he's securing some counter juggling time. And Vamu now. He could be the next on the menu. Alone and Ux are there. And Renekton has the ultimate. This will be hard for him to survive, but he's kind of chilling actually. Never mind. Vamu, I was not familiar with your game. Takes it really easily here. Escapes too. And with that, the gold lead is growing for Mace Gaming. They are now on a 1.8k gold lead. Strong position for them here in this game, especially for Shohari. He already has his first item, the Shadow Glaive. If you don't know what Shadow Glaive does, because we rarely see them competitive, this item has two passives. One with a longer cooldown, where you when you go close to wards, you will just reveal them And also when you auto-attack wards, you deal like 2 damage to them. This is always, it had no cooldown, the double damage. And then you also have another passive. If you're like invisible for 1 second, you have like, I think a 2-3 second window where your next auto attack deals like 50 true damage or something. So, especially a good item on Pike, because you're a support, you're roaming the map, so you will spot a lot of wards. You can make use of the clearing passive a lot, but also you can like make use of the true damage a lot, because you have the invisibility. You know, you're always coming out of invisibility, not just because you probably want to flank, but also because of your because you can make yourself invisible. You know. So technically, it could be that Shohari comes like from a flank, finds his kill now, needs to go away, cannot get away, gets killed here. It's I think a shutdown even. But at least you can see Neo gets the kill gold shared as well, because always when you kill someone with Pike ultimate, you share the kill gold with your teammates. But it's really it makes Pike as support, honestly, in the first place, because else, you know, why would you want to have an assassin support that just gets all the kills and gold? This kind of sucks. But his ult shares the kill gold and is an execute and then reset as well. So also now going deep, he flashes forward with his ultimate. But how is Mace just getting a... Never mind. I wanted to ask how is Mace getting away with it, but I don't. Alone now. He's not actually getting away... Oh. Mace Gaming are just fighting back here. Assassinato Doble secured for the Syndra. Vision finally gets into the game here. 3 kills now on him. Still only 60 stacks, so he kind of needs like 60 more. I think his laning phase was not good in the stacking department. Usually Syndra has more stacks at this time of the game, but it's okay. Teleport of Nate. They try to do Harald here, Mace Gaming, but they kind of dropped it again. Let's see. Both teams, again, the gold lead has not grown, you know, it's still the same. So there's nothing too major here right now for either of those teams. A lot of the gold lead is also on the Pike, but it's kind of... It's not irrelevant right now, but it's also not that big of a deal, you know? It's only Pike after all. But in general, Shohari has a fantastic game. He could find something here again. Luxor Vision clears it. Wait, does the Shadowglaive doesn't deal 2 damage to wards anymore? He didn't deal 2 damage to wards. Have they taken it away? Looked a bit weird. I don't know. Maybe it's now only when you actually reveal the wards. Maybe they have to completely change it. I'm so confused right now. It's okay. Dragon is on the map still. It's second dragon. It's now on the map. Harald is on the map too for like 3 more minutes. So if the Harald wants to be secured, then both teams have to hurry up a bit. It has like 80 CS still. Yeah, but I thought like the reveal has only the cooldown. I thought you always deal 2... Oh, okay, so they have changed it. Okay, I see. Because back in my day, you know, the item wasn't even released. That's what I'm saying. Lucian ultimate now in mid lane, alone and fixed. They just find the quick kill here. 9CV, their champions like Lucian and Aurora, they have a real big upfront damage. It's exactly what I mean. Teleport now used here from Talia to secure a bit of mid prio again, but Harald is already gone. 9ZG, they're getting something. On top lane, they're also getting a kill. Revive from Nate. It's like 9ZG, they're just getting play after play here. Securing a lot of good situations. They could even look here for more. They look for more. Wukong goes forward. Neo gets away for the moment, but now gets charmed, gets knocked up again, and taken out. Another kill. 9ZG just, you know, they were a bit struggling, but then they just find a minute, like a whole minute, where they just from start to end of the 17-minute mark, you know, they're just running over Mace Gaming, catching them off guard multiple times here. And bouncing back into this game, and you can see alone now. 2k gold lead already, 2 items secured for him. He looks really, really scary here in this game. Aurora is a champion that doesn't scale too well. But if you're like, how do you say? If you're getting like a lot of, how do you say? if you're getting like a lot of early lead because you're like really strong early mid game, then you are getting into a champion that just one-shots people. On the one-shotting people here, Vision, he tries to find a kill, but he gets taken out before he can even ultimate. His rocket belt used, but to no success here. 9ZG, another one, this time of the aggression of Mace Gaming. And Mace Gaming, again, their match point for 9ZG. They with their back to the wall. In mid lane, by the way, I think Shuhari died. But he hooked. I don't know how he died here. Vamo now needs to be careful too. He shouldn't be in any danger. Alone kind of misses his Q. But this turret here should be in danger. They can look for dive. 4 people are here. Vamo. There's ultimate though. They're going for Neo first. He's not on a turret. Canceling the EQ. Really good. Neo has to flash away now, but he's going back in it. Doesn't matter. Ux can go away. Neo is now 1 HP. Vamo uses his ultimate. Vaso is really low. He has ultimate again. It's enough to kill. And now Ux goes forward. Finds Vision. Aurora ultimate is crazy good. He goes maybe a bit too deep though, but it doesn't matter. Shuhari tries to find something. Finds nothing. And Alone in the end dies, so is Warsor, but the trade is favorable for the side of 9ZG. They're also getting turret here. And I think if Alone just plays this slightly better, he might get a kill more and survive. But he couldn't. Gets shut down. Honestly, really important that he gets shut down here. But crazy fighting here. This game definitely more interesting than the last one, I want to say. Both teams, they're fighting tooth and nail here. And we see the replay here. You know, Neo just gets completely fucked here by 9ZG, I wanna say. You know, he completely gets Goomba outplayed. Then Vamo in the backline, he's seeing a lot of damage to Warsaw, but it's just enough. He gets his ultimate back. Ux just goes in. The ultimate of Aurora did so much damage, but then I think Alone just kind of fucked up here. He tried to kill Neo, but then he was not in range. And then he was also kind of not fast enough to get out of it again. So he just fumbled a bit, but it's okay. He's still really strong. He's like really close to finishing his third item, the Rabadons. And if he gets that, he will be completely a machine, a one-shot machine. He already is a one-shot machine. Oh, they're getting flash of Alone here, right? Yeah. He need to flash Shuhari here. Shuhari is still playing aggressive. 4 kills on the pike. Another Dirk in the inventory. He does not want to go lower bracket. He definitely is a player with the experience of Sika Esports of 2025 that he can say, yeah, nope, I'm taking this series into my own hands. But overall, again, 9ZG, they are now on an advantage. I think the Jarvan first pick, they're kind of biting, you know, it kind of bites Mace Gaming in the ass here, right now that they first pick Jarvan, because Alone and Fix, they're like, you know, like every one of this team is like kind of unbothered by this Jarvan, and Neo has a really hard game to play. So far, he's like not playing it too bad, but you know, it is just that he cannot really find too much impact either. Next Dragon is spawning now as well in 30 seconds. It would be the third one for Mace Gaming. And Infernal Dragon, so it would be a big win condition for them. On the other side, though, they're kind of top side focused right now. I mean, Nash is there. They could like maybe try to somehow find a way where they can trade both objectives, like Nash with Dragon. But I kind of doubt that they can get into this position if 9ZG just cleans it clearly. They're also now getting mid turret here with the priority that they gained from Mace Gaming playing topside. Ux needs to be careful now, but he gets away with it. Now Fix uses his ultimate. Doesn't really do that much damage, but it's fine. Harald is now used mid lane as well, but it doesn't seem like the team really wants to play around it. Reaver's wall is now used. Team is really split. This could be dangerous. Fix fumbles his flash again, but it's fine. He's still getting away with his illusion. Alone dealing a lot of damage now to Harald. Vamo is alone in the backline. He tries to get a kill. It's so close, but he cannot get anything. Even though Fix fumbles his flash again against the wall, it doesn't matter because he has just Lucian dash, you know? Gets another dash, gets away with it, and Nate is playing really aggressive. He's going into a tower dive 1v4. He's securing Shuhari, but this is all he gets. Gets shut down 2. I'm not sure if that is worth. I mean, he gives his team time to take the dragon, but you could argue that they would have gotten the dragon anyways. I think Nate, maybe he just said, you know, okay, what if I quadra killed him there, you know? That would be a highlight for the ages, you know? But he cannot find it in the end, you know? He just gets put out, shut down even. And a bit unfortunate. Still, 9ZG Esport, even with that side fumble of Zahin, they are at an advantage. They're also setting up vision here on the top side. And we see this mid lane fight again. On the other side here we see, okay, it's already over. This is when Bamu nearly gets the kill here, actually. 2 kills he nearly got, but then we see Nate's play again. He finds Shohari. Actually, crazy play goes in here. But then he just, dies quite unceremoniously. I'm not sure what he thought here. Alone now is the next on the menu. There's a teleport used on him too. He sidestepped really good, but, doesn't matter. There's just too many people just running at him. And NCG, they're kind of giving the advantage out of their hands here. The solo laners, Nate and Helond. Kind of fumbling, but there's no Nash pressure here. There's nothing really that Maze Gaming can get out of it. I mean, they can secure the vision again, but it's really good for them right now. But they cannot really get anything like major, like gold, turret, an objective. So it's only a kill. Not even any summoner spells used here. So let's see. Both teams. They can win this game. We see. Mossa now securing the vision here for his team again. Having a control ward in the Nash pit is always, like, in games like this, is really important. Because now if 9ZG is just hiding into vision, oh no, Fix got caught here. Just gets put out of misery immediately. Alone now finding an ultimate, dealing a lot of damage. Can immediately find the counter one shot. Also Vicium is dying now too. Fix, he got caught. But in the end, 9ZG, they're laughing last, They're selling their AD carry. To get 2 kills on their own. Also, both carries are taken down here. This is very important because, both of these carries would be really important to clear waves and stuff. So, potentially, we could see 9ZG now on a push advantage. They're taking damage on this turret here. Bamu tries to defend it, but 9ZG, they kind of don't care. But they dropped now a lot of HP, so they should care. But Wasta just goes in here on Wukong. He has the ultimate. I don't think they should play that aggressively right now. Because they were only 3v3, In a 3v3, they should not play that aggressively. Looking for resets now themselves. 2 minutes on this Dragon Nash still alive. And the game still, nice edge. I think with the champions that we have in game right now and how the gold is shared, I think 9ZG is theoretically at a lead position, but Fix and Alone, they're fumbling again. Fix will be dying here. Shohari gets the shutdown. Nate is going in here. Alone has used his flash, but he's still alive and healthy to fight. Has his ultimate soon if they can delay this fight a bit longer. Nice knockups coming in here. Alone soon is his ultimate there. If they can continue this fight a bit longer, first kill secured. He could fight with his ultimate much more. Bamu on the side lane here. Tries to go. Ultimate is now used by Alone, but he cannot really find anything with it. Bamu. What the fuck? Aurora damage seems legit. Finally can secure a kill. Master is flashing forward, but I don't know. And not really that great. And both teams, they're throwing kills at each other. But 9ZG, they're going far, far better out of it. Again, only losing their AD carry. And their teleport is used for Nash now. It looks very likely that they want to do Nash. The Scuttle is surviving, though. Actually heals by 1k HP, but Aurora is securing it finally now. And after this Nash, they should theoretically still have time to reach Dragon in time. But let's see. Let's speak not too much about it yet. Let's secure this Nash first and let's see what is 9ZG deciding. Because also it's just farming. So not immediately moving at least on the map again. I do think they should reset soon. They're resetting now. Technically they can, there's still no way where Maze Gaming is getting to the dragon and doing it in a time that 9ZG needs to get into the position, but at least they're having a probably better position early, like right now. But no, they can just immediately secure mid-prior again. Again, the dragon is it's not important for 9ZG. The only thing that they don't want is that Maze Gaming is getting it for free, but they kind of don't want to do it. They kind of don't want to do it themselves either because they have just Nash, so they kind of want to push here. So let's see. They're kind of looking on Fix again. Let's see, they're pushing here mid on the top side. Mamu is pushing in. He will attack the turret soon. I think it seems like Aurora is defending it now, but the turret might be falling anyways. On the other side, Nate is securing a bot lane turret. So good for them. Dragon is now also secured because Mace Gaming played it in a way that they couldn't even push anyways. Ux needs to be careful now, but gets away for now. Nothing major is happening yet. Top lane turret still standing, and I think they're catching Vamo here right now. Fix and alone, they're trying to play it, and they should be able to. Vamo uses his flash, but so is Fix. Ultimate here of alone might be a bit overkill. But now, Mace Gaming, they're fighting back, and this Fix here, he's trying to play, but he's still getting stunned closely. If he is not getting stunned there, he's probably killing it, but Nate is just unbothered by all this action on the map. He's just pushing, and 9ZG, they tried to cancel backports here. Cannot really get any. I mean, you get Neo, he will also die. But Nate now is alone on bot side. He could still try to fight this. We see it in the bottom left. He's trying to 3v1 this, and he kind of does it. Sidestepping good, but he's not getting any attention by his team, so at one point he will die. There was no TP of his teammates, so they couldn't reach them anyways. Not a turret though secured for 9ZG. I don't think they played this Nash out perfectly. I think Mace Gaming, they still get it. Alone now is on the menu. Has no flash, has no ultimate. He's looking. He's trying to get one kill at least. It's so close, Neo's 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. He gets just put out another kill for Shuhari that he shares with his whole crew. 6 kill in total. But Alone's damage is so crazy, no? Like, wow. But he could just not find the killing blow here on the Neo. If he finds the killing blow there, then it might be actually worth, but like this, it's not. On the other note, the next neutral objectives are spawning in 3 minutes, so game is very bloody, I agree. We will have to wait probably for the next blood though. It will take like 1 minute probably until we see the next blood. The next blood will be probably around like jungle invades and like especially playing around vision here will be leading to the next team fight, I think. If there's not some player massively overstepping and griefing his team, then I think the next situation where we see a fight will be the vision plays. On the other note, 2 more minutes for both neutral objectives to spawn. The dragon would be only the third one for both teams. So, yeah. Securing dragon is kind of not that important compared to Nash. Also is looking here. He is wanting to go in, find a way into the team, a good ultimate. But Mace is now stepping forward. The hook is hitting. Wasser is getting a lot of damage. Yes, he's surviving for now. Oh my god. He's getting also the revive of Jarvan on the other side though. Ay. Nate is dead already. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. But I don't think if that is what 9ZG wants right now. Only a 1-for-1 trade here. Actually, not Nate died. Shuhari died. My bad. Oh, Nate is going forward. He's flashing in, even uses his flash forward for an outtake. And Nate just finds a hero play here. Assassinato, double secure. This could be the end of the game. The bot wave is massive. That is pushing in here. Super Minion also, for whatever reason, it's mid lane. It was dragged by a member of Mace Gaming to the mid lane. Makes the mid lane push a bit easier. Alone now needs to be careful here. But it's a lot of damage. It's fine. This could be the end of it. 2 Super Minions now hitting the base here. First turret will fall. Second turret falls also. Also finding a great ultimate. But Vamu is now in the backline. He's dealing a lot of damage. He gets 1 kill. Can he get more? Double ultimate finds alone. It is so close, but it looks like 9ZG will close out the game here any second. They're cleaning Mace Gaming up, and with that, they win the game after a hero play of Nate here. Definitely my MVP, even though Alone played crazy too. Actually, maybe Alone. Never mind. I'm speaking shit. Alone is crazy. What a game, honestly. GG, VP. What a game, honestly. Really, really, really crazy. I have nothing more to say than wow. We will have. Wait, let me check. Nice games. It was really fun. It was really fun today. Tomorrow I will stream the CD. I will stream CD. Yeah. And
Exactamente, Matute, nosotros nos despedimos por el día de hoy, le mandamos un fuerte abrazo a todos los que nos acompañaron ahí desde los chats, desde los canales de LRS Latam.
Yeah. Tomorrow I will stream CD, and then next week we will have Monday the LRN playoffs, where we have lower bracket finals, and then Tuesday we have LRS playoffs again with lower bracket finals, and yeah, and then we have on Wednesday we have again the, how do you say? We have CD again. So with that said, I would send you all to Grell. He's speaking Spanish, so probably we won't understand a lot. I'm sending you there anyways. Good luck, guys. I hope you will enjoy his gameplay. He's playing Shivana Jungle right now. He's playing for Fuego in the LRN. It's really good, Jungler. A legend of the scene. So let's see us there.